Hello, everyone. Super Mario T is back with another collaboration discussion, something rarely done on the channel. This was done once before, but it was also on Paper Mario around 3 years ago, I want to say. And we have an old friend returning for this discussion. Titus Dunn, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Titus Dunn, and I was indeed in a discussion with Super Mario T about Paper Mario about 3 years ago. I've been long time relative to the channel. I've been a subscriber, and we talk a bit, and I'm big on his Discord server, and I'm just really glad to be here to talk about Paper Mario again, especially since this is a new one, because we talked about the old ones, the five before then, before now, and now we're talking about the new one, which I think is really cool. So
Yeah, because
definitely,
the original discussion it was kind of about Color Splash, but it was largely about Paper Mario's future and what would happen to it. Now we
yeah,
kind of have a better grasp of what Paper Mario is going to do now, especially with the Origami King. So this discussion's probably going to be largely around focusing on Origami King and a majority of this game. Preface: this actually is going to cover spoilers for the most
yes,
part.
largely spoiler discussion. There's a lot to unpack in this game, especially compared to something like Color Splash, where there's actually a bit of intrigue, a bit of interesting narrative beats,
Yeah,
and it's definitely something worth seeing for yourself if you're interested in the Origami King. So at the very least, if you don't have a Switch or you're not interested in the gameplay, at the very least watch a playthrough so you can watch the story beats unfold in full, and maybe you'll appreciate it.
yeah, there's definitely more substance in Origami King than Color Splash, and I've emphasized this in a couple other videos as well, because I do genuinely think Origami King is a decent game.
Yeah, which is something you cannot say for something like Sticker Star, but that's
Or
a whole
or
other
or Color
discussion.
Splash, honestly.
Or Color Splash, yeah.
So
But yeah,
hopefully,
that's a whole other thing.
yeah. But I guess we could start with the story and how the game,
Yeah,
yeah. So the obvious one, Mario uncovering streamers and that whole thing, Ollie, Olivia. I mean, I'll give them some credit. They at least tried to make a new villain. They didn't just give Mario a new companion like Huey and Kirsty and call it a day. They did try a little more. And there's other
right.
examples later on too, with the trees in that forest, little Grand Sappy, the
Yeah, and there's
Hanaconda,
a
and a couple others.
yeah, and I think with Ollie specifically, as a villain, I think it's interesting because aside from Antasma and Antasma and Dreambird's relationship, and Tippy and
Count Black.
Count Black's relationship, we don't really have villains that connect to our main companion character. Yes, we did have a Vivian who connected to the Shadow Sirens, but the Shadow Sirens in the scope of TTYD specifically aren't really super important. They aren't the penultimate villain. They're kind of a tertiary villain to the already tertiary villain of Grotus, who is
True,
actually this.
true.
So they're kind of like third tier. So it's not really comparable. But I think it's interesting that Ollie and Olivia are they're of the same fold in more than one sense. It's interesting to me when Ollie actually impacts something in the narrative. You see Ollie's influence everywhere. Obviously, the Folded Soldiers, but the way he impacts his sister and the way Olivia has to grow to understand that you can't talk Ollie out of what he's doing, and she has to grow past that and out of her fear of him. I think that's really interesting as far as Olivia is concerned, because if you look at Tippy kind of went through an arc, but the arc was largely disconnected to Count Black. It was more connected weirdly to how she gradually kind of fell in love with Mario. It's kind of odd.
They, I mean, they
So
do kind of explore that, but they drop it halfway through that game, and then they just go back to the whole Tippy Count Black thing. But
yeah,
that's largely within the intermissions in between full
right.
chapters in that game too.
Yeah, you understand that Tippy and Complex are meant for one another, but even in chapter 8, Tippy's I believe we can do it, and I'll believe in you especially. She whispers it, or she thinks it, and that's referring towards Mario. So I always thought that was a little weird thing in Super Paper Mario that Tippy was kind of infatuated with Mario, which isn't foreign given the Thousand Year Door had almost every girl in the game having the hots for him. But it's kind of
the
weird.
Sexual energy T2ID emits.
It's just a weird love triangle to me, and I don't mind it. I just think it's weird that it's kind of a love triangle kind of thing that they were going for.
I would love to elaborate on that weird sexual energy T2ID emitted
Oh my
in another
gosh.
video.
Yes.
But like the thing Tippy has with Mario, I don't think it's that much of a foreign thing, like you said with T2ID and all the chicks in that game. It also kind of reminds me of Sonic 06, because like you could kind of chalk up the same thing with like Sonic, Elise, and Amy. Because, like, the game makes out, like, Sonic and Elise are meant for each other, which, like, you could kind of buy, but, like, Amy's always going to be the love interest for Sonic, because that was established since, like, CD, so, like, they're always going to stick to that, excuse me.
It's always the status quo.
Exactly. So, like, you could kind of get, like, roughly halfway that, like, Tippy's probably not going to last for that long, or at least not be referenced that much in later Mario games, or, like, her Mario being a thing. Probably not by that much of a wide margin.
I think it's more odd because it isn't two girls after a guy. It's Tippy kind of being split between two people.
She kind of catches those feelings before like her memories come back.
Right, exactly. Which I don't mind because I mean, obviously, it's Mario for crying out loud, and he's very nice. But anyway, back to Ollie.
Yeah,
Ollie is a grade A jerk, and I think in like the best sense. That his characterization is like he's the spoiled brat. He's like Bowser Jr., but more composed and way more dramatic.
You know what?
And I think that kind of works. I think that kind of works for a villain of that sort, especially since if you look at Olivia is, I would argue, just as immature as Ollie, just in a different sense. Ollie, they both encompass the different kinds of immaturity, the innocence. And the when it comes to Olivia, it's the innocence, and then when it comes to Ollie, it's this more twisted like obsession with getting what you want, and like viewing yourself as above it all. Because obviously kids are like that.
Yeah,
like you're right, and it always seems like with children, it always seems like an in between. There's no in between. Like you're either super innocent or like you're super devilish, which isn't the case. Obviously, there's a lot more depth to that. But if you're going to go for these two kind of immature archetypes, having them parallel one another gets the message across very well, which is why I appreciate Olivia and Ollie as not necessarily a character dynamic, but as a thematic dynamic.
I think one thing that just popped in my head while you were explaining all that is like this, not dynamic, not stereotype either. I don't know how much of a stereotype this is, but like, you know how like families have like an older sibling and then the younger sibling, and then like they always act like, oh, the younger sibling always gets like the most love, or like they're treated fairly, and then like you feel like there's this sense of bias. That's kind of there's I mean, like, to be fair, they don't really have much of a parent outside the Craftsman Toad, and they don't establish too much of a relationship.
Yeah,
all we
know,
but like that's all what that reminded me of.
Yeah, all we know about the Origami Craftsman in relation to Ollie and Olivia is that he absolutely loved them both.
Yeah.
Like, the Origami Craftsman, because to move on to Ollie's motivation of being scribbled on, for one thing, that actually has roots in origami itself. There are two things, I think, in ancient Oriental culture that indicate childishness in the case of origami. One is the use of tools, which was kind of a taboo in like the early days of origami, but obviously that changed. And that's why it's acceptable when the Origami Craftsman does it, because he uses tools, which are the Legion of Stationery, of course, to craft things.
Yeah.
But the other thing is scribbling and marking on origami. That's considered like, even now, that's like considered like, you just don't do that. It's like, why? It's like, there's no point. It's an art of folding. So why would you mark it? So even if in universe, it's not really explained as such as part of that cultural identity, it's still a motivation for the character that I agree that I don't know what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is I get why some people have a contention with the motivation. I personally do not, because again, Ollie is an ignorant and powerful like god child. So it kind of reminds me of Porky from Mother. So
I still got to play that whole series.
Oh my gosh.
There's so much I gotta
But
play.
yeah, yeah. But really, I think Ollie's motivation, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. I think what really matters in a villain in a Paper Mario game is less their motivation and more of what they do, like what they do in the game. And as we'll discuss with the plot of the game, because we're discussing the villain a lot, Ollie does a lot, and it's really messed up.
Yeah, on the contention of Ollie being the villain and like his whole motivation, like I am kind of in the camp that like I'm not a fan of his whole motivation. Like I could give the game this. They at least try to like make the Legion of Stationery matter in the plot in some way. They're not just tossed in there randomly, and I'll elaborate more on that later on when we get to the gameplay part. But like it's a part of the lore of the game, the whole origami thing that I could appreciate. They actually gave some more attention to detail to that. That being said, though, and like the whole scribbling thing being taboo. That said, like what the craftsman scribbled on Ollie wasn't anything like pretentious or selfish or bad or anything. It was essentially like I hope you become like a really good king. But
Yeah.
the problem is like Ollie doesn't interpret that, and I feel like if he was able to,
Well, I have a question. Is Ollie even able to read? And if he's able to read, is he able to read himself? Because he refolded himself after discovering he was scribbled.
I mean, Olivia can read, so you'd have to assume
True.
Ollie can too.
But can he look at himself though? Because like he can see the scribble, but because he refolded himself to hide what was scribbled. So it really, I think, is born of misunderstanding and assumption rather than of if he were able to read it. I don't think he would have reacted the way he did, which is why in the ending, he comes to terms with the fact that what he did was absolutely horrible and wrong. And like he actually humbles himself. He's not a villain where you beat him to a pulp and he accepts that he's wrong because he's beaten to a pulp. He actually understands that what he did was wrong. And I think that is important in terms of his overall character, because obviously every Mario RPG villain up to this point has either been Bowser or irredeemable scum or, of that kind of sort. Like you get your demons like Phantasma and Shadow Queen, then you get your madmen like Dementio and Fawful, then you get other madmen like Cackletta, and then you get the Shroobs who are nothing but destroyers. Like none of them have redeemable qualities to them outside of how their characterization to us as a player. In universe, they don't have any redeemable qualities. Ollie is different in that he actually learns, even if it's at the last moment, and even if he causes a lot of destruction, he actually shows that he can change. And that's very unique, in my opinion.
I mean, obviously, like if they like took away like Ollie like folding himself to cover the scribble, like him not knowing what the scribble was, if they just made him understand at the beginning, then obviously that would have taken away his whole motivation of being the main villain. Though that said, I feel like they could have thought of a much better way in doing so, because like again, like the intention of the craftsman was there, and I feel like even just like a scribble or a graffiti or whatever, that shouldn't like basically he becomes racist like over being scribbled on. Like he becomes a genocidal bigot, and I'm just like, really? I feel like they could have like done a better way in executing that.
I suppose, but then you also have to keep in mind that having the motivation be simple and having the lack of exposition makes it so that the ending cutscene doesn't last for 5 minutes in terms of exposition, which is something T2ID had a problem with. And I think that's what I like about most Mario RPG finales, is that when you get to the final boss, the cutscene beforehand usually lasts like a minute or so, which I think is fair enough.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's talk about the overall plot.
Wait, I kind of want to go back to the irredeemable villain part, because like you did touch on something a little there, because like like you enjoy how like Ollie is like this jerk with like not redeemable qualities, but like he comes to terms with like knowing that he's wrong, not just because it got beaten to a pulp. But like I keep thinking of like Frieza from Dragon Ball or Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because like those are characters that are irredeemable as hell. They're complete assholes. But I feel like I mean, these are completely different franchises, different mediums of entertainment as well. So like they're not really the most apt comparisons when compared to like a Mario game of all things for villain. But I feel like there are much better ways they could have handled like portraying an irredeemable villain, or even just a redeemable villain, in a much more entertaining sense, with like other extra qualities that just make them more villainous, like bastardy, like you could kind of like sink your teeth into. But like with Ollie, it's more of like a redeemable case, like with how like he comes to terms with himself. But then that just reminds me of Vivian. Like she wasn't the main villain in T2ID, but like she was a part of like the evil organization. She's like the youngest sister of like the Shadow Sirens.
But with in Vivian's case, she wasn't really that bad of a person. Like she didn't and she was already being abused by her sisters.
Yeah, and like she learned like to join Mario because of like interacting with Mario and seeing his empathy and compassion in Twilight Town in Chapter 4. So, like,
I don't see it as an apt comparison because the circumstances are like entirely different. And
that's true, but like my main point is I feel like you can make a redeemable villain work in so many better ways than how Origami King handles Ollie.
Oh, you can, but it's very difficult when it's the main villain.
True.
Like you have Count Bleck, but Count Bleck's motivation, like it definitely is more heart-wrenching than Ollie's. But then again, Super Paper Mario is like in the context and like the world of that game is like definitely much darker in tone than what most Paper Mario games are going for. So it goes for that more dramatic scope. And I don't think that most of the other Paper Mario games could do a Bleck-like villain again. Heck, T2ID doesn't. T2ID has Grotus. Yeah. So it's difficult to make a villain that is like multi-layered in the non-physical origami sense.
That, and like even if they didn't make him, or at least attempt to make him a multi-layered villain, if they just made him like this irredeemable scum, like again, like Grotus was still entertaining because of how much of a bastard he was, especially with like the ultimatum he gave Mario before Shadow Queen just like stepped on him and kicked him out the door. Same with the Shroops just being destroyers. Most people still want Shroops to come back, and like Fawful, Cackletta, like you can like these are characters that are irredeemable and are like less layered in terms of thematic like character quality than technically Ollie is. That said though, people find those so much more entertaining, not just for their simplicity, but for the way they execute that simplicity in their character.
Well, I still think Ollie is an entertaining villain though. I still think that the actions he does if we go through the plot beat by beat, then you'll probably understand why I think that more. But should we move on to the plot?
The origami, like everyone being folded, basically.
Well, I mean, like going like through like the streamers.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can.
One thing I will say to start off, I love like the prologue section of this game, like when you're in Peach's castle.
Yeah, my favorite parts for this entire game are roughly like the beginning and like the basically the last third of the green streamer up to the very end.
Yeah,
the pseudo ends in the beginning are basically my favorites. The prologue I definitely like as well, because like you're driving to Toad Town and like there's no one there. It creates this eerie sense, this eerie tension, and then you're going into the castle, and then like Peach, basically the whole bit from the very first trailer pans out, and like you get this creepy sense. I'm a little disappointed they didn't expand on that later on in the game. The beginning's largely the only part with like Peach, at least they expand on. That said though, the way they did it though, it was still really good, I feel.
Yeah, what I love about the prologue is that even it like challenges even more than ever before the preconceived notions of like the ideas of Mario games and like the status quo, because Bowser joins you without question. He's just like, come on, we don't have time to waste. Like, help me down from here. Come on, Mario. Like if you look at like Super Paper Mario, and this is like a good example of like how Bowser probably is like grown as a villain and how he's written. In Super Paper Mario, he needs to be convinced by Peach to save every single world. Like you get like this hilarious,
especially when Count Bleck already is like brainwash. I mean, Bowser doesn't know this, but when Count Bleck's already brainwashing his army across dimensions.
Yeah, but like Bowser like needs a ton of convincing to like stop Count Bleck. But I think what really elevates...
I don't know about a ton. I mean, to be fair, though, I mean, Bowser's definitely grown.
I'm not saying it's a bad exchange. The exchange in game is written hilariously. It's one of the funniest parts of that game.
Yeah, and I feel like it would be Peach to convince Bowser to join Mario, because like he's not gonna listen to Mario, but like he'll easily go head over. He'll like run the entire world for Peach.
Yeah, but what I am saying is that the Origami King, it elevates the circumstances and the actual tension a lot for Bowser to just without question ask Mario for help, because obviously I think Bowser knows at this point that Peach is like gone,
Yeah.
like, and his minions are like being
Yeah, they're being
like
like folded and
folded
like
in
brainwashed
front of
right in
his
front of him.
face. So that he was definitely terrified. So he's like, you know what, Mario's not folded. Better call him this guy, even if I don't like it necessarily. You need me as much as I need you. You know it.
The way
It's
they
it's
generally handle Bowser in this game, I feel, is really good.
yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't screw him up.
I do love that when you get to the top of the castle. One of my favorite quotes is when Ollie shows up and Olivia says, "Brother, Bowser's in the corner." Like, well, now that's dysfunctional.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's
I'm like,
so
oh my god.
good.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good
Not
line
the
from Bowser.
time or place, Bowser. And he's like, "Oh man, Peach can't see me like this. What the heck?" And like, but I think that the thing that elevates the terror even more, beyond the body horror of the stapler, like getting the minions
Yeah.
folded, is that in your first encounter, Olivia literally says that a folded soldier cannot come back, which means that Peach is effectively dead. Ollie
Oh
effectively
yeah,
killed
that's
Peach.
right. I mean, to be
So,
fair, you kind of know they're all gonna be back because
well,
like it's Mario, but
of
like
course,
the point, yeah, the point's still there. It still kind of
the
stands.
point is like the implication and
Yeah.
how the characters in universe feel, because in a status quo thing like Sonic the Hedgehog or Mario, you know that the main cast is going to be fine at the end of the day, but you look at what Ollie does and like what other like games that do similar circumstances around characters do, and you realize that Ollie has shaken up the world so much that not only do Bowser and Mario have no choice but to work with each other, but they do it like without question, as I've said. And the fact that, he effectively kills Peach before Mario can even show up, and he does it without like a word, like a hint
Yeah.
that anything is wrong, that automatically makes Ollie feel like a more terrifying villain, because no one's really killed Peach. She's been possessed, but no one really had the gall to kill her. I mean, the dual Bowsers in Paper Jam nearly did when they blew a hole through the castle. To be fair, but that was mostly because they attacked Bowser Jr. So he had like a motivation there. But Ollie, nah, just fold up Peach. Now she can't be turned back. Boom. And this is like the first circumstance in like a Mario game where, because Mario, according to Miyamoto, doesn't kill. So this is like the first time in a Mario game where Mario's had to actually kill people like on a consistent basis. Because we can assume the folded soldiers he defeats, they just die, which is kind of messed up.
I mean, you could kind of say that about like any Mario game, though.
Well, no, like we know that the Koopa Troop that Mario faces in like his other adventures, they survive and like are just fine. Like he doesn't kill them. Like Miyamoto said, like in 1985.
We're talking like murder kill, right?
Yeah, we're talking like actually killing. Like we're talking about Mario actually killing people. Mario doesn't actually kill people. Mario does not kill. Miyamoto said so himself. Heck, Mario didn't kill the Shroops. He doesn't kill the Shroops. He didn't kill the Shroop princesses.
I mean, the Shroops are frozen in Bowser's castle, but I'm thinking back to like Dementio.
Okay, those
Queen.
are like exceptions. Those are like exceptions. I'm talking about on a larger scale. Like Mario's killing hundreds of folded soldiers and like actually killing them. Like Mario's never been put into that kind of circumstance before.
I mean, that's kind of true, but like I think the problem is like it's put under like essentially the same circumstances where like most Mario games pan out, where Mario's fighting like essentially the same characters again. So like that theme kind of like misses its mark.
Well, not really, because if you think about it, how many of these like folded soldiers have fought Mario before? And like how many of them, because we can assume that a lot of minions that Mario fights are reoccurring. So the assumption that
like of Bowser's Koopa Troop.
Yeah, like Bowser's Koopa Troop generally is like made up of like, I don't know, a few hundred minions, like not thousands. It's like Koopa Troop is relatively, it's big.
I'd probably say
it's like an army.
thousands.
And maybe a couple thousand, but we can assume that over, Mario's million times saving the princess, which is canon, by the way. He hasn't like, he's definitely encountered more than the same minion twice at some point.
Yeah.
So being put into a circumstance where you actually have to kill these guys, like just straight up, that's kind of messed up for a Mario game, in my opinion, because it just doesn't happen. Like that just canonically, that just doesn't happen.
It kind of happens in Super a little bit. Not just the Samurai Guy thing, but like technically Mario, Peach, and Bowser effectively die. Queen
Right,
J-
I'm talking about Mario killing people.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Mario killing people though, yeah, he
yeah, that's
for
what
the
that's
most part
abnormal.
he's not really known for that. So like
He only kills when absolutely necessary.
yeah,
Basically.
so I could kind of see where you're coming from that though. I think that ties to another problem with the whole paper thing, which I could probably get into much later rather than now.
Yeah.
But
But anyway, we've talked a lot about the prologue. Let's talk about like Whispering Woods, because that's effectively where Red Streamer really starts.
that's probably one of my favorite areas in the whole game.
I love how the trees immediately backseat you, like a Twitch chat.
Yeah. Oh my god, right?
It's like, bruh, it's like, oh, you just swing your hammer, huh?
And then they
yeah,
and then when you save old Grand Sappy, they essentially become the Rockettes.
oh my god, I was thinking of the Rockettes. You kidding me? Oh my gosh, that I love the musical numbers in this game.
Yeah, the musical numbers are honestly kind of cute.
I didn't know. I didn't expect us to get musical numbers in the game. And
Me
you know
neither.
what's really weird about them? Like the Go with the Flow is like the one song that doesn't match up in English very well, and that's the one they decided to make a guide to how to sing in English. And I'm just like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I don't know.
That's
how,
the
I
one
don't
in the
know how
desert,
to sing
right?
this. It's no. Go with the Flow is the ferry boat when you go down the river
Oh.
in Blue Streamer.
Okay. Yeah, the Eddie River.
Yeah, the
I
Eddie
can't
River.
believe I remember that name.
It is a pretty funny name. I'm not gonna lie. But if we go, like Whispering Woods is like just a really fun first area. I love the bridge that is like made up of logs, and it's like do re mi fa sol la ti. Don't mind me.
Oh yeah, that's cute. And then you walk into the Toad barbecue food eatery, and eventually make your way back to Toad Town.
And the game, that section, it actually introduces a very interesting concept that exists in the Origami King in general, because if you know from playing the game, when you talk to the logs, they say that when they get burned, they become ashes and grow again, which is kind of like this mysticism, very like Oriental in theme. And the Origami King is, if its first theme is origami, its second theme is ancient mysticism, because Origami King has a lot of mystical ideas like attached to it, from the bull metals to like the birth and recycling of trees to like everything.
Yeah,
and it's
so life basically.
Yeah, so life. It's
the cycle of life. Okay.
The cycle of life. It's such an interesting thing for them to explore, because the only other game to do that is Super Mario Galaxy, with the universe resetting and the stars and all of that.
True.
So it's really cool to me that they're going for this like mystical angle and giving it the like mysterious vibe to it, because the Vellumentals are very mysterious in nature. Beyond the Earth Vellumental, who has its own religion dedicated to it, which I think it's personally crazy that Mario has like actual like religion, that they're actually doing that. I think that's really cool. So there's a lot of intrigue to that.
Hasn't Mario explored religion a few times? It's at least explored like once or twice, I feel.
It is explored, but not to the extent that we actually see people worshiping. Like, obviously, you could consider like the dark deities, like the dark prognosticus could be considered a kind of religion, like a kind of thing that people go after religiously. And the Shadow Queen is kind of this mysterious thing that could be also considered by occultists like Grotus and the X-Nauts to be kind of a religious thing.
Yeah.
But it's never quite as overt as the Origami King, because you don't see in the other games, you don't see stuff like the Koopas in the game referring to the Earth Vellumental as God. They refer to it as a god, and like
stuff like more comedic than anything else.
It's played for comedic effect, but it doesn't take away from the kind of world building aspect of it. That the fact that these people that we've seen in like games since like 1985 actually, believe in a god, and not only a god, but one that actually exists.
Yeah,
because the Earth Vellumental is an actual thing. So I think that's really an interesting aspect of it. It's tertiary. It's not that big of a deal. But then again, that's usually a lot of what Paper Mario is. It's a lot of interesting little lore details and interesting things that aren't really explored before or after. As unfortunate as that may be, especially in the case of like what TTYD does. But I think it is really interesting. And then we get to, stuff like Picnic Road, or actually, let's talk about Toad Town. Like,
It's huge. It is huge.
oh man, Toad Town. When you reach that area of the game, Yoko Shimomura did the vocals for the Origami King. She didn't do any of the music, but the Toad Town Desolation theme sounds like a Yoko Shimomura piece. It's the violin, I tell you.
Probably. I didn't even know she did vocals for the game.
Oh yeah, she's credited as a vocalist for the game, which makes sense. She does have a beautiful voice, so it makes sense.
I mean, she's a god in of herself when it comes to video game compositions. She has a gift.
The Origami King had 5 composers, one of them from 3 houses, so that would explain how good it is.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, you know what that does.
But yeah. We get to Toad Town in Ruin. Like, that was for me, it's not necessarily unique for Toad Town to be in trouble, since literally every appearance Toad Town has ever been in,
it has been trouble.
Chaos.
Galaxy 2.
Galaxy 2, Paper Mario, Bowser's Inside Story.
Sticker Star.
Well, Sticker Star is Decalburg, but it's basically Toad Town.
Yeah.
Then you got, Port Prisma is kind of in a similar situation, but Toad Town specifically, and then you got Partners in Time especially.
Oh yeah, Partners in Time. It's like an actual complete ruin.
Yeah, with only 2 grandmas, I like to swindle you out of guilt. Very nice. But it's not unique for Toad Town to be in trouble. But the way they frame it in this game is almost as desperate as how it is in Partners in Time, which is very difficult to match, by the way.
Yeah, because the Shrooms effectively completely destroyed Toad Town. There's almost no one remaining.
Right. And while there is the occasional gag sprinkled through Toad Town, like the guy who leaves a note asking for snacks, send help and snacks. But for the most part, they play it really straight, especially with the minions, how they genuinely fear what is going on.
Yeah.
It's a genuinely interesting moment in the game for me. And I'm sorry for talking so much.
No, it's okay.
I want to preface that. I just have a lot to say about the game, and it's nice to talk to someone about it.
No, you have you not just have a lot to say. I know you really like this game a lot.
Oh yeah, I do. I want to let your viewers know that there is someone that exists that likes this game.
No, there's a lot of people who like this game.
I'm glad too, because obviously I like it when people enjoy what I enjoy, and I hate people that don't enjoy what I enjoy. That's a joke, by the way, guys. But anyway,
I do feel like Origami King deserves more of its love than the other games, though, because there's there's more here in this than the last 2.
Yeah, but Toad Town, what do you think of Toad Town and how they mostly play it straight, and then throughout the game they build it up and make it better?
I mean, the way they execute it, I feel it's largely fine. I don't really have that much to say about Toad Town. It's big. It's it's I don't know. It's Toad Town basically. Yeah,
exactly.
The more toads you save, the bigger it gets. They don't really change dialogue that much when you save them throughout the game.
Right.
It only comes with the toads you save originally. And yeah, I don't have a lot to say. It's largely just a big Toad Town, and it largely just gets the job done.
I like how in Graffiti Underground, after every streamer's defeated...
it's every streamer.
Every streamer, more graffiti is added.
Okay, oh, that's
and
cute.
it tells an actual story.
Yeah,
and I
largely
love that.
between
I love the one where Luigi is going to face Bowser, and then you go down the stairs and he's seen inside of a wall, his legs are sticking out of his feet are sticking out of the wall, he was smashed through it.
Yeah,
I'm a Luigi, I'm gonna do it. Bam. Nope.
They
not
treat
today.
him like second fiddle every time.
We
didn't talk about Luigi.
Oh, we didn't. Well, obviously we didn't. Luigi wasn't saved, but obviously he was in the prologue, and his dialogue from beginning to end.
Actually, technically, we're about to come up on Luigi because Toad Town's the part where we do save him. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to talk about Luigi briefly in a broader scope, because obviously we're going to touch on him in the non-sexual way throughout. But when it comes to like his dialogue throughout the entire game, ace tier dialogue. Luigi's better than ever,
Oh
honestly.
yeah, no, I like
He's
that.
so good.
Also, another thing that this game does, Mario and Luigi usually does. Paper Mario usually doesn't do this. They give like in each character their own specific or unique like sound with the dialogue.
Oh yeah, but unique sounds for dialogue and for jumping.
Yeah.
For that matter.
Oh really? Oh, jump! I didn't even know about the jumping.
Yeah, like Bobby, Professor Toad, like everyone has a unique jump sound effect.
That's pretty.
Like
that's pretty cool.
Bobby's is like a little grunt, like because he doesn't have legs, it's like a little grunt. It's very cute. But Luigi, and let's talk about. I want to touch on this because it's such a small thing, but obviously you know I'm a big fan of Paper Mario 64. I love Paper Mario 64.
Yeah.
And one thing I always wanted to do in that game was actually explore the ruins of Peach's castle that got lifted into the air.
Yeah,
and
you never do. You never do.
Yeah, and the Origami King actually does that. And it's like this big area, which like gives you a scope of how big the castle actually is. Because unlike something like Odyssey, the castle is huge. So
yeah,
it was so cool to me. I'm like, oh man, it's like, oh man, I can't believe it. They review the outer crust of Peach's castle. We see Luigi's cap fall into there. Are we going to go into the wreckage? And we do. And you actually get to see a piece of the castle. It's so good.
Yeah. I thought that was really nice.
I thought it was really good because obviously I do think it's kind of a direct homage to Paper Mario 64.
Yeah, it probably is, let's be honest.
And I do think it is really unique in that it's kind of you're obviously it's not necessarily as grand as Bowser's Castle being under it and like shooting it into space, but I do think it is interesting that they homage that and they didn't like completely copy it.
Yeah,
because I prefer taking an old idea and making it new instead of what do you call it? Just doing it again and trying to. Sometimes you don't need to top something. You just gotta use the elements of something that weren't used before in a new context, and I think that was really cool. And then like Luigi's whole quest, because
I like what they did with Luigi. I thought it was good. It was at least entertaining. It was at least funny.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Luigi has a bigger role in this game than in every game but Super Paper Mario, and Super Paper Mario has Luigi's role be like a last minute twist. So I don't think that's very much. I don't think it's you can't really top.
Well, also as like a tertiary antagonist because like they brainwash him 2-3 chapters in.
Yeah, exactly. So I forgot. I always forget Mr. L for some reason, even though he's super memorable. At least
we're talking what am I saying? They're two different characters, though his resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah, exactly. For some reason, whenever I think of Luigi, I don't think of Mr. L, even though they are obviously the same. Like, I just don't think of them as the same characters. So that's why I often forget that he's like in 2 chapters of the game before chapter 7.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it really is because they like act nothing like each other. So it's very interesting to me that Luigi in this game actually has like a semi-big role. Granted, things would probably be a lot more convenient if he wasn't around, but that's kind of Luigi, isn't it? If you think about it.
I mean, Luigi's just an anomaly in like almost any Mario game.
Yeah, exactly. From his weird stories in T2ID to literally being the key to the fate of the universe in Super Paper Mario, there's just no understanding him.
Exactly. I mean, Smash embodies this perfectly. His moveset in like every game, bizarre as heck. His final Smash and Brawl, weird as heck. Like, Luigi's just an anomaly in of himself. You don't know.
He's just weird, man.
Exactly.
Like, he's Luigi. He's just.
But we
Luigi.
love him because he's weird.
We love him because he's Luigi, and that's really all you need. But then we get to like Picnic Road, and like you get to go up Overlook Mountain, and you like get to. What I love about this game is that the reason I don't mind because I do want more variety in character design. We can address this now. But I don't think that it's unreasonable for all the collectible toads to look the same. Because that's basically what they are. They're collectibles.
Yeah.
They're all collectibles with tons of unique and funny dialogue.
Like the different shapes they take, basically, when they're folded?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, when it comes to that, that's not really much of a problem. And I'm trying really hard not to just touch on the toad hunting aspect. But, like, as far as their forms go, that's not much of an issue at all. Because, like, I mean, I get that's what the game's trying to go for. Like, you gotta save all these folded toads, and you fight all the folded soldiers and everything. And they do get creative with, like, how many different objects and creatures and, like, insects and whatnot they fold the toads into. Flowers, flagpoles, dogs, crickets, grasshoppers.
The visual gags and ideas that come alongside it aren't even explicitly like paper based, because I think that's something because people who haven't played the Origami King just assume that most of the jokes are going to be paper jokes, but no, the Origami King's dialogue and its jokes are for the most part either based on visual gags or like either general wordplay or just generally what people say, because the Origami King is very like fluid and natural dialogue. I think like the things characters say are very organic and interesting.
To be fair, like the whole paper focus on like humor and like jokes and whatnot, like it's still there. Toads still
it's still there. I'm not denying that it's there.
But like they definitely dial it back a notch. I specified this in my review in my Why Paper Mario Refuses to Change video. Like it's noticeable. Origami King does dial back a notch or two on like focusing too hard on the paper humor. They do focus more and more natural, grounded, realistic comedy, which I actually do appreciate more.
And you have to remember, the Origami King only had one writer. So that's really impressive.
Is it Taro Kudo?
I think it is Taro Kudo. He was the writer since Sticker Star, and he has what he said about Sticker Star really interested me, because obviously chapters in Paper Mario are like basically their own mini stories. So with Sticker Star, he wanted to like take that approach, but on an even smaller scale. Yeah. Which is why most of the chapters, like some of them don't always tell a like super like broad story in like a story sense, but a lot of them have like their own vignettes and ideas and concepts that are different from each one another in every segment. And like red streamer, blue streamer, stuff like that, it goes back to that larger scope of a chapter format, but there are still smaller stories and smaller jokes and ideas that are fit inside of it that I think are really well accomplished, especially for a single writer. So I don't think Kudo's writing is an issue. I do think that if he had less restriction on him, which I don't think we should really, talk about restrictions too much in this, but I do think that it is interesting that with what he works with, he does really well. Yeah, and I think that's the mark of a good writer, to work with what you got.
Yeah, we'll probably skim the restriction bit here and there. I already expressed that whole thing in the other Paper Mario video, but like I do generally not mind most of the writing that is there. When it is that pull paper stuff, I'll like complain. I'll have gripes with it. At the same time, though, there's plenty of other like more grounded stuff, more grounded humor and writing to where like I could be like, okay, no, this is actually really nice, I think.
There's something for everyone, I think.
Yeah, right. There is something for everyone in Origami King.
And in large amount.
Take it from me.
Relatively. So
actually, speaking of writing, should we talk about how Olivia is throughout the game? Because like I'm starting to think she might be better than Huey. I feel like it's a little bit divisive.
I can't believe we haven't talked about Olivia in great lengths yet. I see
some people regard her as like too whiny or like too
whiny.
I guess handhold. Yeah, because I think
every Mario RPG has a handholdy like thing to it, except for Huey and Kirsty, which were like optional hints. But you look at someone like Starlo, who is far more annoying than Olivia is. I like her for it. She's not like Kirsty unbearable, but she is a bit handholdy. Olivia,
I feel like it's more noticeable with Origami King with how handholdy Olivia is, just because of how generally slower it is, and like it kind of goes over the same specific mechanic of like lining opponents up either vertically or horizontally like twice before like specifying like, oh, you don't have to just turn it, you could also just do a single line going through the middle of the board too. Like
it's handholdy throughout Whispering Woods, and then it like lays off for the most part, and then obviously the boss fight with the Earth Vellumental is where the boss tutorial comes in. But then you get to colored pencils and she's like, well, you know what to do, do it.
Yeah, if it's like, you don't know what to do, just grab that envelope, go nuts.
Exactly. And I think that's what I like about Olivia. And the way you said that some people think she's whiny, Olivia is the very opposite of whiny. She is infectious. She is fun.
I do think she's infectious, but I kind of see why people consider her whiny. Because like the whole, I'm not going to harp on it too much until we get later on. But like the whole thing with like Ollie and Olivia is like, you try to like, the game basically tries to make you sympathize for Olivia with how she feels bad with like how Ollie's like doing all this awful stuff, and she basically feels guilty of like him committing all these awful crimes and whatnot. And then she essentially has to like comes to terms towards the end of the game of like all the wrongdoing he does, and like because like I feel like they could have done a better job executing Ollie as a villain, making him more of like an actual jerk of a villain. Like he does come off as like he just comes off more like an edgy like teen to me.
He literally crushes his own sister with a boulder. Come on.
I mean, true. But like at the same time though, I mean that's the other thing. I'm trying not to get on that until we get to it later. But like
Yeah.
I don't know, it's hard for me to like sympathize with Olivia when it comes to Ollie because like what Ollie does, it's largely on him. It like their family.
Of course. And we as the player know that it's on him. But the thing is with Olivia, and I don't know, you're an only child, right?
I actually have 7 siblings. If you count me, that's 7.
I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah.
But speaking as like the big brother in like a relationship, and I know Olivia's a little sister, but I know you've probably felt this as well, having 7 siblings. But
it's like with how she basically doesn't understand like the entire scope, no matter how hard Ollie tries to explain, because like Olivia,
no,
because Olivia's more innocent in that like younger sibling sense, basically.
I'm not talking about that. I'm more talking about the fact that siblings, even if they aren't responsible for something, will sometimes feel like they are because they aren't able to stop them. Because True. Olivia throughout the game is constantly trying to get her brother to stop what he's doing, and he just doesn't listen. And having a sibling not listen to you can hurt a lot, as you probably know. So it can be difficult to cope with the idea that even though you're the closest person to someone, they aren't going to listen to you, and you feel kind of worthless because of it. I think it's less that, because Olivia does say it's like her fault, but I think she doesn't mean it's her fault as in the actions are her fault. I think she thinks it's her fault because she's not able to stop it, and she needs Mario. Because that's what she says several times throughout the game, is that she needs Mario, and she feels bad because she does. And I don't think that's an unreasonable feeling to feel, especially if you're a little girl who is born like a week ago.
That is true. Excuse me.
So I don't think Olivia is whiny. I think that she doesn't know how to cope. And obviously she's a little girl again, so not being able to cope with things, I think, is perfectly fine. If you're like a grown adult, basically like Starlo, being whiny can be kind of, not and being like hard on Luigi and stuff.
Or Kirsty.
Or Kirsty being hard on Mario, all that. Like those two, I don't think they have the same excuse as Olivia. And Olivia isn't even demanding or whining towards Mario. She's just a really good friend who's going through a lot of emotional turmoil for obvious reasons.
And that's largely what these companions need, because that's what Huey essentially was. But like Huey was kind of like a not smart ass in like a bad sense.
Nah,
but like
he was just kind of a jokey, kind of casual guy.
Yeah,
but he wasn't really put into a position of emotional turmoil until like the very end of the game, where he's like forced to deal with what is happening and like this unstoppable force. But when it comes to Olivia, even before she meets Mario, she's going through emotional stuff.
Yeah, they just need to like make these companions, these single new character companions, just interact with Mario a lot more and let them portray more that they're just a genuine person and a good character, rather than just like these 1 or 2 liner toads where like you automatically assume, they're just innocent victims, they're like good characters. But like they do more with Huey and they do more with Olivia.
Yes. But
can never go one Paper Mario discussion without crapping on Kirsty these days, honestly.
Let's go for a bit and talk about the Vellumentals, since they don't speak. Obviously they can't because they've been folded up.
Yeah.
But I love the Vellumentals because each temple depicts what they should be. So they like, you have a preconceived notion about what these guys are supposed to look like, what they're supposed to be. And then you realize, oh man, all these beat us to the punch. And then you realize, oh no, this isn't normal at all. Because the Vellumental is like supposed to be the super detailed like beak and stuff like that you see when you go into his mouth. Yeah. And then like you look at how majestic the water Vellumental is supposed to look like. And then you look at him and you're just like, oh man, this isn't good. This is actually pretty bad. And I think that's really interesting that the developers don't assume that they're supposed to look papery. The developers are like, no, these guys are actually supposed to look a lot different, but they've been screwed around with.
Okay,
So,
this just reminded me back to when you were talking about how like the Vellumentals are like treated as gods, which like I'm assuming it's true, but like that it makes me think like Ollie
referred to them as gods.
like Ollie was constructed like you see at the beginning of the game. He basically turns from a folded Shy Guy.
Yeah.
So that makes me think like either using Bowser's Koopa Troop as the folded soldiers or some other completely different thing. Like, what if, or construction of multiple Koopa Troops or multiple other things. I feel like that could probably be what the Vellumentals are constructed of, because you could technically make the argument that, like, they're technically not real, because, like, if Ollie's constructed of a Shy Guy, then what about the other Vellumentals?
No, Ollie's not constructed of a Shy Guy. Ollie disguised himself as a Shy Guy. Because he's made of origami himself, he's able to refold himself without any effects.
Yeah, alright.
In terms of the Vellumentals, no. The Vellumentals are real.
Okay.
They're very real because Olivia is able to use their powers. They become the Bibliofolds.
Alright. Oh yeah, that's true. My bad. Alright, forget I said that.
Every object Ollie folds has a purpose. There are 4 things that Ollie folds that have purpose, obviously. There are the toads, who he considers weak, so he doesn't use them in his army, and he just folds them up and like hides them. There are the Koopa Troop, who he actually considers to be more powerful beings, hence why they become his soldiers. There are the Vellumentals themselves, and they are refolded and reshaped. That way they can stop Mario from learning the hidden techniques. And then there are and then there's Peach, who like is basically the biggest power in the game. And like, obviously she's just like a bonus to Ollie.
Yeah.
So yeah, that the Vellumentals definitely are real, the Koopas do refer to them as gods. Like,
yeah, sure.
when you go out of the pipe to go back in the fast travel thing, they're like, "What are you doing, stepping on God like that?" And it's like, oh man, sorry guys, I didn't know you respected him that much.
What's a god to a non-believer who doesn't believe in anything?
What's a god to a non-believer? Mario.
I mean, I thought it'd be like one of those things where like there's like people who believe there's like this god, but like because like I thought Ollie was like constructed of a Shy Guy based off the beginning, like there's a chance that like the Vellumentals are constructed of like other mortal beings as well.
Plus the assumption that Ollie's constructed as a Shy Guy doesn't make any sense considering his actual origin in the Craftsman's Workshop.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah.
I mean, for all we know, maybe the Craftsman murdered some Shy Guys in order to make his kids.
Nah. He wouldn't do that. I don't think toads are able to fight in this universe. They can carry things, but they can't fight.
I'd love for them to make some like big villainous toad or toad.
Oh, I would love that.
Again,
I would love that.
Again, they've never done that. They should. They should.
I'm sick of looking like everyone else. I want to be unique. But
the concept of the Vellumentals, I relatively don't mind at all.
I like their designs, and I like the fact that their temples. One of the details I like the most is that in the Water Vellumental Temple, you have sidesteppers from Mario Brothers because the Water Vellumental Temple is a sewer.
Yeah, that is a nice little touch.
It's really good.
And like each one has a different form too. It's not just like the same thing with just like a different color or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
There's at least variety in their design. They're not just like standardized like elements or whatever.
Nah. They're actually different things, and they're not based on Mario enemies aside from the Earth
one, yeah, the Koopa Troopa.
Which is why the Koopas respect him because they look like him.
Yeah.
But I love how the Fire Vellumental is basically Moltres.
Yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind. I'm like, okay, Paper Moltres and Paper Mario. Okay, sure.
Not just the Paper Moltres, Origami Moltres.
True. I think I like the ice one more.
I do.
It's debatably the most basic, but like, I don't know.
He's so intimidating. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I like it's kind of big.
I love how they have both a cute and cool quality to them because even though they have like cute simplistic designs, they're sharp. So they're like their edges are sharp. So you definitely feel like these guys are intimidating. And that's what I really like. So, anything else on the Vellumentals, or can we like continue?
No, we can continue.
All right, so then we get to like Overlook Tower, and I love the approach to how they handle dungeon like penultimate dungeons in this game, because for the most part they're like smaller challenges. They're not like these expansive things, because obviously the Origami King is primarily puzzle based. So the fact that these places that the Legion of Stationary hide in are more so these cool little set pieces that like showcase their abilities beforehand, and then like you face them. I think that's really cool and a great way to set them up and like make them and like show you how like it sets up the Legion very well.
Yeah.
Especially in the case of colored pencils, where not only is he graffitiing everywhere, his art is also amazing, by the way. I wish we didn't have to kill him.
Yeah,
But,
I was about to say, like, I do like the drawings he draws throughout the mountain. The tower.
They're so good. But then, he just, wrecks the place and sends his missiles after you. And I don't know about you, but as a kid, I actually did use my colored pencil dispenser and pretend it was a missile launcher. So that was a great moment of nostalgia for me. It's just like Nintendo was in my mind. They understand.
There is logic with using colored pencils as like missiles too. It's not just like
I love how
sword
the Toad,
or whatever, or like you like connect like multiple like markers with their end pieces. What's the Crayola markers, and like it's like exactly. A lightsaber.
Yeah, and I love how what do you call it? I love how like the Toad describes it as like this huge mouth with fangs, and then like Olivia straight up calls him out. And he's like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're colored pencils." And I love the implication that his name is actually colored pencils, but he called himself Jean-Pierre.
Oh my god! Like, oh my god!
Because he's right. Pretentious. I love that colored pencils is like this pretentious hipster.
Yeah,
like, it's so good.
And that's one thing I can like appreciate about the Legion of Stationary, because like even though they're office supplies or art supplies, even though they're these basic objects, the animators and Taro Kudo definitely tried giving them as much personality as they possibly could to make them entertaining, and like you get a complete grasp of their entire personality based on your interactions with them. So at least there's entertainment in that aspect, and there's more layers than just fighting tape, fighting colored pencils. There's at least more to it than just that.
And I will say, the gags that are actually done and the visual like theming, not just jokes, but like the actual way they're animated, all of that, you could not pull that off as well with someone that is personified that uses the weapon. You just can't. It's not possible. Like, you would have to completely rewrite the scenarios to properly fit that kind of thing. And honestly, I don't really care if someone like prefers if it was personified. If what they did is done so well, I want that instead of getting something that, even if done as well as what they did, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't care what is done as long as it's done well.
Yeah.
And if again, they're just excellently animated and excellently themed. And as a matter of fact, the actual way they are constructed in the fight assists in the solutions you have to beat them. So on a gameplay level, they make more sense the way they are as well. And you'd have to redesign the fight to make more sense on a gameplay level if you were to redesign them. So on both fronts of both writing and gameplay, they work the way they are practically perfectly in terms of function. So I don't think that needs changing. Plus, you still got stuff like the Vellumentals. Like, the Vellumentals are still unique, and they still have their own designs and like aspects and lore to them.
That's true.
But then you have the Legion of Stationary, which have even more so than how they are in the moment, are canonically what are used to craft Ollie and Olivia, for that matter.
Yeah.
So they have lore theming as well. So I can't really be upset when you have the trinity that is lore, gameplay, and writing. I just can't argue with that, personally.
Yeah, no. I can hardly complain about that either. I could complain about the gameplay, though. But, like, outside of that, like, I feel like there's more strengths than, like, negatives when it comes to that.
When it comes to the Legion Stationary.
Yeah, but then it, like, largely attributes to, like, how much of those strengths or the weaknesses matter outweigh each other. Because, like, The gameplay definitely is like the biggest fault I feel like this game has to me.
Right, but I mean, in terms of how the bosses are constructed, like they make sense for how the
Yeah.
Legion is designed, and I don't think that you should change something for the sake of originality if like the concept or originality in quotes, because obviously the Legion and how they're actually executed is, in my opinion, very original. I think it's important to like put gameplay first, and if what they do in gameplay makes sense, then I think that is what you should go with. Because like, how are you supposed to if it was like because a concept was going around online of like these origami people using the colored pencils and stuff. My question is, how do you close a lid on a personified being as opposed to an actual like set of colored pencils in a case? Like how do you I want to see that animated, and I want to see it done and communicated as effectively as how the Legion is done. If you can do that, then I will not only be impressed, but I will agree with you. But until I see that, I can't agree. I'm gonna let you talk for a bit because, and like you could talk about because we're about to get into Bobby, so I want to hear your opinions on Bobby.
Oh yeah.
And
When are we gonna talk? Is the gameplay gonna be like much later, or are we just gonna like?
the game we can talk about. I tell you what, we can talk about boss fights and like basic gameplay now because
Right.
we talked a lot about stuff and we're about 40 minutes in. So I think it's important that we do touch on gameplay.
Okay.
So I think I'll let you go first because
right.
obviously you've communicated in other videos, so you can like keep it like snappy and stuff because you've already articulated it.
Yeah, so like the idea of the ring-based system, I do not mind whatsoever. I feel like of course with the developers' mindset and recent interviews, I feel like we're never going to get this ring system ever again. I have major doubts they're ever going to revisit it, which kind of sucks cuz like I feel like there's ways for them to like expand on it, not just give the battles XP a proper incentive, but like also like give them extra spaces, extra attacks, like other ways you can interact with the board as well. I feel like there's just extra ways you could expand the battle system between that, the enemy variety, along with XP. So like the ring system itself.
Sorry.
So
I just thought. I'm so sorry.
So, cause like, I basically feel like the ring system I don't have problems with, but like I feel like they could like execute it much better than they did in Origami King for the most part.
Which I think is fair. I think that the Origami King definitely, how it is executed, while simple, is definitely. I don't think it's bad by any means. I think it's actually pretty fun, in my personal opinion. Because, but didn't Tanabe say that? If I thought you showed an interview where you said basically that if they see potential in a gameplay style, then they could expand upon it. Like I thought you said something along those lines in an interview that you showed me. I could be mistaken though. I
feel like he probably did say something like that, but like,
which if it can go either way, then it can go either way, and we'll have to wait 4 years. But I do think the ring system has a lot of potential. I do hope that they return to it. If not in a Paper Mario, then in some other IP. But I do, or like, a fan developer that sees the idea. Because obviously you can't trademark a gameplay style. If they see potential in the ring system and want to improve it with like different kinds of terrain, different kinds of movement patterns for like the main character, stuff like that, I think that the way you create puzzle solutions can be incredible because they are called puzzle battles. It is primarily a puzzle in concept as opposed to a typical RPG battle. Is more of, again, a puzzle battle. So if they could do something with that and make it better, whether it be Intelligent Systems, Nintendo in-house, or an indie developer, I think there's so much to explore there. And the Origami King, in fairness, with its boss fights, do explore different ways you can finagle with the battle system pretty well. But there's so much to unpack, and I do hope they go back because, man, I really want to see more.
So now people could come up with the whole argument that like, oh well, Paper Mario's not an RPG anymore. Now it's an action adventure. But like, oh wait, the battles are now puzzle based, so now it's a puzzle game.
You have to. Well, yeah.
It's like one of those like dumb
debates.
Like, it's like what's it gonna be?
Yeah. It is one of those dumb things. But I remember distinctly in an interview that they mentioned that they understood that the previous Paper Mario games are RPGs, but they wanted to lean on the puzzle aspect that made up.
They did specify that.
They did specify that.
Tabata, I mentioned this in my last video. Tabata, like, there was an interview in Color Splash where she expressed how, like, it's more about it just being an RPG. She expressed how they wanted to focus more on the puzzle aspect. And then the Origami King interviews came out, and Tanabe basically said the exact same thing. Yeah. So they did want to lean in more on the puzzle aspect of Paper Mario in these later entries.
So yeah, I did want to say that because
actually, to expand on that, Aoyama did consider an idea of like a turn-based system where like Mario wanted to be surrounded by enemies. So actually, the concept for the ring-based system did originate from Color Splash.
The idea of enemies surrounding you and you attacking enemies around you goes back to Chrono Trigger. So I could definitely mark that probably.
I would not know that because I have not played that game.
Chrono Trigger is very largely position-based. Chrono Trigger fans out there, I'm very happy that you're in the comments. Please tell me what your favorite part of Chrono Trigger is. I hate Chrono Cross. Everyone does. Anyways. But I do think that the ring system has a lot of potential, and I do want to say that on the subject of people being like, oh, well, they said it was an action-adventure game, but now it's like a puzzle game. And I'm like, well, can it be both? Because, I mean, Paper Mario beforehand was RPG puzzle. And it's not a contradiction, in my opinion.
Yeah, true.
It obviously isn't a contradiction.
Super was both an RPG and a platformer.
Yeah, it was an RPG platformer puzzle game. With a dating sim.
The puzzles in that game. Oh man, I love Super, but god damn, bro.
The puzzles weren't even puzzles. They were just
honestly.
They were hit your head against the wall and see if you break through it. I wouldn't recommend doing that in real life.
In that game.
But I mean, Mario does it with his fists, so
true. Yeah.
Anyways, I do think that it isn't a contradiction on the developers' part to be like they want things to be a puzzle game, but also an action adventure game because you can be both.
I guess now I could. Oh, sorry.
And you know what irks me so much? Every site is like labeling Origami King as an RPG, but literally everything in the game calls itself a puzzle. It isn't an RPG. Why are you mislabeling?
That's the thing. I'm not that. This ties back to my thing I'm annoyed with like the whole developer philosophy thing, which I'm not going to skim too much. But like they want to like change Mario from Paper Mario from an RPG to an action adventure, like the whole identity shtick, yada yada yada, and like the fact that like people keep like labeling Origami King as an RPG, which like you could kind of see where it comes from, but at the same time there's more puzzle and action adventure elements than RPG elements. So like the fact that like they keep like going about like changing the style of Paper Mario, creating like this like these false like not narratives, but like these false labels or like misrepresented or misinterpreted labels, to where like people can't even tell like what the series is at this point. Like I feel like that irks me more than anything else. And it reminds me of it reminds me of like the whole Sonic fiasco with how like Forces basically like deterred Sonic's identity even further with like the whole classic thing and like the Avatar.
The thing with classic Sonic and the Avatar and that identity thing, I don't think it's comparable personally, because obviously those are design decisions in game, and Sonic is obviously still a platformer. But when the developers, the game itself, everything is telling you that it is a puzzle game, you should not label it as an RPG. You should call it what it is. The intention of the developers is for Paper Mario to be action adventure puzzle. So I
call it more an action adventure series than an RPG, anyways. At least these modern games. But like Origami King definitely is a lot more of a puzzle game than any other.
Here's the thing: Sticker Star and Color Splash, like they're more action adventure, but there are still puzzles in them. Again, almost as infuriating as Super Paper Mario's. But like the Origami King, more than any other entry, is a puzzle game, and they keep calling it a puzzle game. The developers are, and as a puzzle game, I think it does a really good job. I think the puzzles in this game are great. I love them, but I hate that everyone else, like Twitch, like IGN, they're labeling it as an RPG.
I think Wikipedia does too. I don't know about the eShop though. Wikipedia.
I don't know about the eShop either. But if the eShop is labeling it as an RPG...
I'm pretty sure the UK website for Origami King labeled it as an RPG.
Why? It's the
I might be wrong on that. There's one Nintendo website where like No, actually,
Yeah.
no. I think they no. Actually, scratch that. No, I think they labeled it as action adventure. I might have that wrong.
It just irks me that they don't acknowledge it as a puzzle game when everything in the game calls itself a puzzle. Like, does that make sense?
Then like they keep calling the series action adventure as well. So it's like, I
It
mean,
can be both, though. That's the thing.
yeah.
Because it has elements of both.
But like with how
And
much the series has like departed itself from the RPG elements, it's like I honestly don't expect the RPG elements at this point.
yeah, I just expect it to be a good puzzle game. And as far as puzzle games go, it's pretty good. But everyone keeps mislabeling it, and I think that leads to the misconception.
I
But
I do think
yeah.
the puzzle aspect of it does like it is entertaining for like the first largely the first area of the game, but I feel like it starts to wane the further along you get throughout the game.
Well, it's less the puzzle battles. It's less the puzzle battles themselves and more of the different puzzles they give you. Because in the first area, obviously, it doesn't have a lot of puzzling to it. But then you get to the second area, and there are slide puzzles. There's kind of a fetch quest, like a sequence of events that you have to go through, and that's kind of its own puzzle. Then you get to like Yellow Streamer, and it's its own puzzle where you have to find the different jewels. Then you have the Great Sea, which is its entire own puzzle, mimicking the Wind Waker, where you have to find different coordinates on a map and find the correlation. And then like Green Streamer is back to more like action adventure stuff with like a little emphasis on puzzles. Like Green Streamer definitely has like the less puzzly elements to it and more focuses on the action. Actually, that's a complete lie because we have Shy Guys Finish Last, which is an entire game show based around puzzles and memorization. So, in general, the Origami King has a bevy of variety of puzzles outside of battle. So, I don't think that it really wanes as long as you don't fight every single enemy. That said, encounters, if you're actually good with the system, last about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So, it's not
the
really-
game does not like beat around the bush as far as like you trying to beat these enemies. It tries to make sure it's like, yo, get out of these fights as quick as you can, bro.
It's
you line up
not-
an enemy, good, kill them. Oh, you're missing one or two, okay, here's an attack bonus. Now get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I actually appreciate that when you have like one or two enemies left, the game will just automatically line them up. It's like, come on, it's like two enemies. Why bother trying to line them up? We're not wasting your time here. That's what I like about the battle system. It doesn't waste your time ever. It's the only person wasting your time is yourself for feeling stupid for not getting the puzzles. That's me, by the way. I'm terrible at the puzzles in this game.
But I feel like that like kind of kills some of the strategy in that though. Not like wasting your time, but like the fact that like these fights are not that hard to get through whatsoever. Even when even when you screw up like lineups and whatnot, a decent chunk of the time you could still get through these fights relatively not unscathed, but like relatively like not punished by that big of a margin. When you flee, that's a different story. But otherwise, yeah, the game punishes you for trying to flee. And
I actually never bothered trying to flee because I needed all the coins I can get because I knew things in this game were very expensive. But yeah.
Yeah, because like the game,
sorry.
like with how like relatively straightforward the battling puzzles are. Like there's not a lot of strategy going into that. They're relatively easy to follow, even when you screw up. The attack variety you have, probably the most simplistic in all of Paper Mario, even more so than Sticker Star and Color Splash.
Yeah.
So like, I feel like the engagement doesn't last that long for like the main gameplay battles for that long because of like that low variety in attacks. There isn't that much like enemy variety or like enemy variety with like making the battles interesting or different. The boos are like the only ones I could think of that do keep it interesting. But like outside of those, there's not a whole lot outside of that. Along with the lack of XP or like proper incentive. Because like stuff in this game is definitely super expensive. But I feel like the game pukes a lot of coins at you for doing all the other puzzles as is. And you're going to be thrusted in plenty of fights that you can't escape from. Wave battles and boss battles especially. That you're going to have plenty of coins on hand regardless.
Yeah. But here's the thing with that is that stuff like cheering and like extending the time costs money. That and I'd much rather get experience with the battle system before going into event battles instead of dragging a fight out for 4 minutes because, you know, you just don't know.
That is fair. But at the same time, though, I didn't feel like the need of like spending coins for the time. I especially did not feel like the cheer function was that much of like a big help in the grand scheme. Like I didn't, or at least I didn't feel like a need to like go out and use that because like I got through most fights largely fine. I think I used it like 5 times throughout my entire run through of the game.
I think another thing to note about the game is, and I know this is a point of contention with a few people, is the age range. Because if you think about it, Paper Mario,
like the game, like it's aiming for.
yeah, the age range is like 8 to 12-year-olds, right?
Yeah, part of me feels like I took it a little bit out of context in that old Why Paper Mario Changed video, but like yeah, like it is a Mario game too. But like at the same but at the same time, there are like people who do want to be engaged to like an even bigger degree.
Right. But when it comes to the puzzles in the game, I had trouble with a bit of the puzzles in the game, and I still had trouble with the ring system when it comes to the late game patterns. So imagine being an 8 to 12-year-old. Like imagine being the target audience. It is challenging for the target audience, I think. I can't
playing the game, I thought like I kept thinking like, my 7-year-old niece would probably adore the hell out of this game for Christmas.
Yeah. And I think I'm not saying that a game can't be engaging for all audiences. Obviously, the writing is aimed at a bit of a higher cuff.
Yeah.
The localizers are very smart about that in every single Mario RPG and Mario like game with a lot of dialogue. But when it comes to how the puzzles are to be interacted with the target audience, it's going to be a real challenge. And I think that if you accomplish that, because it's not like it's unfair, you just have to learn. And I think that the fact that it presents that kind of fair challenge, because unlike something like Sticker Star and Color Splash, where it's basically a guessing game if you're going to beat a boss or not, the Origami King, I think, is fair. It's just very tough sometimes. And there are some difficulty spikes here and there, but I don't think they're so high that they can't be beaten in like a couple of tries.
There is at least a good puzzle in that the toad huntings. I'll sit before I forget about that. Toad hunting's fun. I think it's good in this game. It's basically the moons from Mario Odyssey, or if you want to be like more pessimistic, the blue coins from Mario Sunshine. But I feel like with the way that the toads form and like their little like origami thing, it's like a cute little hiding game thing. You also get like HP up hearts and like occasionally coins. There's like one toad you save where if you meet him back in Toad Town, he literally gives you 10,000 coins.
Whoa, really? What? I didn't know about this.
Oh, yeah, it happened in one of my streams. Literally, there's this, I forget which specific yellow toad, but there's this yellow toad you save, where you go back to his house in Toad Town, where it's like, alright, you saved me, I appreciate that. Have this reward. He literally gives you 10 1,000 coin bags. You get like 10,000 coins just for saving them. Like that's exactly why I feel like the battles could have been executed a lot better, and why the incentive still is lackluster, because like, you do, like, puzzles, even, like, main ones, you save toads, you do that stuff, fill in the holes, you get a shit ton of coins, regardless. Also with the 10,000 step counter coin accessory, too. That's kind of a busted one, but we'll get to that later.
Here's the thing, you're gonna earn 10,000 coins fighting enemies a lot faster than taking 10,000 steps.
That's true, but, like, you're gonna get that as you just move along the game, regardless.
True, but you don't get that until very late game anyway. So it's more of a bonus than anything, kind of like the sound effects thing. Because it took me like an hour to walk 10,000 steps. So fighting like 10 battles for like 5,000 coins, I think, especially with the collectibles in this game, because some of them are very expensive. Like just battling as you go along sometimes. I battled like every like room, like every like area. I would fight like 5 or 6 enemies. And the thing is with this game is that obviously because they treat the battles like puzzles, they don't want you to fight so many enemies that are exhaustive. Hence why the boot allows you to automatically beat enemies, and the upgraded engine on the boat allows you to automatically defeat enemies. The game doesn't want to make things tedious. And I think that's a very important element. They will throw enemies at you that are very hard to avoid, but and sometimes mandatory fights. But I don't think that in a action adventure puzzle game, it is necessary for them to constantly throw the same kind of puzzle over and over. In fact, the game kind of discourages it because you can automatically defeat small lesser enemies once you get a certain amount of HP up parts. So I think that the way they did things, I know that some fans might not like it, but the fact that they de-emphasize battling in some sense isn't necessarily a bad thing if that's the intention. Because you never really got a sense in Sticker Star and Color Splash that they had an intention where they didn't want you to battle a ton of enemies. Aside from, the counterintuitive nature of using expendable resources to fight people. Way to go, guys. The Origami King, I think the best thing that supports the idea for me is the fact that you have breakable weapons. So obviously you don't want to fight enemies constantly because you don't want to break your weapons. And I think the developers understand this. Granted, the weapons don't break willy-nilly. You still get upwards of 15 attacks on some, but still, I think the game, if it is designed around you not fighting a ton of enemies per area, I think that's fine. I think that you should build a game and build it around the intention you have instead of a preconceived notion. And I know that can be varied in execution, but the way Origami King executes the amount of battles you fight and the circumstances surrounding battles you fight isn't unreasonable, and I don't think it is that much of a glaring issue, especially compared to the previous two games.
I was going to respond with something, but I completely forgot what it was. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
No, not the weapons part. I don't know if it was the toad. It might have been the toad with the whole cheer thing. That's more of an optional. I kind of touched on that already.
Yeah.
God, what was it?
Also, I want to say on a gameplay level, a minor thing, there are so many ways to fast travel in this game between areas and between things.
That was much appreciated. It wasn't just the pipes, it was the fax travel.
Oh, don't even deny it. That was funny.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, oh, it's a dumb joke, but it's actually a dumb joke I like. I'm not gonna lie.
They got me. And plus, it makes sense in universe anyway, so I can appreciate that. But
if that was in one of the classic Paper Marios, that actually I would not mind that. The fax travel.
It's really funny. I hope that becomes like a reoccurring thing because it's really clever. But
oh my God, what was the thing?
Ugh.
I literally had something and I lost it. I hate that.
I hate that too, honestly.
Shit. Was it a gameplay thing?
It might have been.
I guess I'll touch on this since we didn't discuss
before we move on to like Blue Streamer and onwards.
But like let me touch on this. I like how big every world is and like how interconnected it all is. Like,
it feels like a real world.
Exactly. That's exactly why people like the first three. It felt like one giant connected world with all these real people living in it.
What I love about the Origami King's way of connecting worlds through the streamers is that you literally see the streamers.
Yeah.
And like what makes it so interesting to me is that immediately before you can even see up close what building the red streamer is in, you see where the blue streamer is on the tram. And then when you're on the blue streamer path, you get blocked by the yellow streamer. So you're like, oh no, you get blocked by the blue streamer and are able to go to the yellow streamer. So you're like, oh, we have no choice. We have to get the blue streamer to get to yellow. But before you can get to yellow, you're sidetracked to where you see the purple streamer.
Yeah, you're right.
And then you get to see where the purple streamer is. And then the purple streamer leads to the C tower, which directly leads to the green streamer. So the way the game is progressed is while it isn't an overtly linear nature, it is in a way that is super organic because obviously the streamers are raveled together. They're all connected to Peach's Castle. Yeah. So they're bound to meet with each other eventually, right?
Yeah. And so I can appreciate that.
It's such a good way to remind the player, you're going here next. Don't forget. There's something here for you. And that's something that I really appreciate without having to have because on Mario and Luigi games, when you reach a save block, there's like a message that scrolls across the top that reminds you of where you are and what you're doing. And I don't mind that. It makes sense for a handheld game, but for a console game, just having that goal right in front of you, and you're like, that's where I'm going. It's so cool to me because it feels like an adventure. You're like, you don't feel lost. You don't feel aimless. And it feels a lot more connected than say something like Paper Mario 64 or Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door or even Super Paper Mario, which is literally in different dimensions. Because you look at something like Paper Mario 64, one area is in a toy box, and then another you literally just walk through a door that was made because you grew some flowers and suddenly you're in flower fields. That doesn't feel very interconnected to me. That feels like a Mario 64 Portal situation. And then, of
I mean, it
course,
feels more magical and mystical because that's
true,
like
it
kind of
feels
what it was
mystical and
going for.
magical in nature, but I think TTYD did it a little better by having it all be connected through the sewers. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
But then you get to the Origami King, and you're just like, man,
It essentially feels like you're traveling the world on foot.
yeah, exactly. It feels like a globetrotting adventure, and I think that's what I like the most out of larger Mario adventures. Like ever since Super Mario Brothers 3, Mario's been on globetrotting adventures. I just really like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, do you want to get to Blue Streamer? Because Blue Streamer probably has, aside from maybe Green, has like the most to unpack.
Yeah, because
First of all, let's talk about my good boy Bombus, Bobbert.
That boy. First off, that boy ain't right. I'll tell you what.
Oh man,
That boy ain't right. That's a King of the Hill reference. If you can't get it.
I know it's a King of the Hill reference.
Yeah, I know. I'm mainly referring to my audience because I know not everyone watching this has seen King of the Hill, but Bobby's probably the best character in the game.
God dang it, Bobby. Oh man, it's
Shut up, Bill.
shut up. Sorry, yeah, you got me with that one. But Bobby as a character, like, I want to go through like step by step his like journey because it's so good, so good. Like you meet him on the tram, and like you could tell off the bat that he's like lonely, like, and it's very interesting in the context of what you learn about him later. Bobby, despite his amnesia, is an inherently social person. He doesn't want to hold people back, but he still wants to be around people. He still likes people. So that's really interesting to me that you meet this guy and he like gives you that hint, that small hint that he wants companionship. And then you learn why later on. And like, I will say this now. Chestnut Valley is just the General White mission, but done well. Because think about it. It has a small element of backtracking to it. And like you're chasing around this Bob-omb specifically to save him and get him to do something you need him to do. And then when you lose him, backtrack a little. Olivia's like, he's not here. You go back and literally he is sleeping. Come on. It doesn't get more obvious a parallel than that.
It is definitely like a better version of the General White mission. That said, though, I don't think anybody on this earth likes that mission.
No one does.
Like,
but I'm saying is it's it but done good. It has actual gameplay ties to it. You have an obstacle course you actually have to do. You actually have to engage with Bobby and save him, and like you see him. Plus, it's a character we know. We haven't known him for very long, but we know he's naive. We know he means well, and we know that he likes Mario and Olivia and wants to be around them and doesn't want to hold them back.
Yeah.
So when he's apologetic for like sidetracking Mario, I think
he's at least halfway empathetic because I feel like they express this like, yo, Bobby, you shouldn't go off on your own like that, and he literally does that.
Well, he got lost. I think because he got lost, like, for me it was a bit different than what some people describe him as, because obviously he's a very aloof character. He's lost his memory. He doesn't understand things. So when you tell him about folded soldiers, obviously he's not going to mess with them anymore. But paper macho characters are very different. Like they're very different. They're big, they're burly, and they're not folded. So he's just like, hey, this guy looks like he could be a big help. So he just goes for it.
Yeah.
Like that's what Bobby does. He goes for it. He wants to make an impact. So he gets knocked off a bridge. And the thing is, I don't think that the sidetracking, because obviously he sidetracks you to Chestnut Valley, but he sidetracks you to a new area and a new challenge and things. So while it's being sidetracked, it is providing new gameplay and is providing a new environment. So I don't think it's like General White at all, aside from, that whole backtracking and then him literally falling asleep because he rolled down a hill and found a shortcut.
Oh, keep going. I'm sorry.
I just think that's funny. I just think that Bobby is like, he's a sidetrack in the most entertaining possible, because as we know from road trip comedies, sidetracking can be a very hilarious experience.
I just figured out the thing I forgot. It was involving the trophies, but remember that when we segue into something related to the trophies. But on the topic of Bobby, Like his whole amnesia thing. Wait, are you there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you disconnected. The whole Chestnut Valley thing, there's definitely, like, a stroke of humor to it, but, like, I feel like, it does introduce a little bit new stuff, like, because you're in a new area. At the same time, though, like, the fact that you are sidetracked, like, it kind of feels like filler. And, like, there's, like, some bits of the game, too, that feel like filler. Of course, like, other Paper Marios are guilty of this as well, in other different ways. General White, Chapter 5 was Super, etc. But, like, there's that. Shy Guys finished last, and, like, a couple other bits here and there throughout Origami King where I feel like it was, like, trying to, like, pad itself out.
Well, here's the thing, though. I would agree with that in the case of Chestnut Valley if Chestnut Valley reused concepts. But Chestnut Valley is like an obstacle course, which we hadn't seen up to that point. And I don't think there's anything like Chestnut Valley in the Origami King again. It's like its own unique thing. So I don't think that I would call it filler. I would call it a challenge. Oh, there's the Fire Vellumental Temple, but that's pretty much the only other case. And even then, that has some more puzzly elements to it. Like,
True.
Chestnut Valley is like pure and good, like obstacle course action challenge. And I don't think that I can consider that filler because obviously there's a battle here and there to break up the action, but it's mostly you just running up and down a hill trying to help Bobby, and then you save him. And the whole sequence only lasts about 5 minutes. So if it were to last like 10 plus minutes of you just running around, jumping around an obstacle course, I'd probably agree with you. But I can't really consider it filler if it doesn't even last for like 5 minutes.
That's fair.
Especially in a 15 to 20 hour game. Like, relatively speaking, that's not much at all.
I want to go back to the trophy thing, because, like, we were talking about, like, the whole the exploration, the battling, the coins, the incentive, and, like, going out of your way to explore to, like, get this stuff. I feel like the trophies only matter, really, if you're going to go for a completionist perspective, because, like...
Well, of course.
They don't really matter anything. It's literally like Smash Brothers trophies, but I feel like to a smaller degree. I don't know by that much, but it is to, like, a smaller degree. Because, like, they don't really affect the gameplay by that much. They're dummy expensive in shops, but, like, if you're going to go... Unless you're going to go out of your way to, like, get every single trophy or, like, 100% it, they don't really amount to anything.
Well, that's really their purpose, though, I think, is that they're collectibles. And, like, the museum is, like, meant to be a place where you get your stuff. Also, I want to mention, backtracking way back to, like, folded toads, I love how there's a display in the museum for all the different ways toads are folded.
Yeah.
It really shows that they actually did really care a lot about it if they're, like, willing to display. Because... honest to God, the musée is like an actual art gallery. There's like actual art. It's so beautiful looking. It's all digital, obviously, but it looks beautiful. Like, every piece has so much detail to it. The concept art is great. They even have a thing for music, which, I mean, the Origami King has 280 tracks of goodness. Why would you not want that?
It's a bomb-ass soundtrack, too.
Like,
God-like soundtrack, not even a joke.
Yeah, but it's just I understand that if the trophies aren't like a big deal to you, they weren't a big deal to me personally. I'm not a completionist, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. That they're just trinkets, because obviously that's just their purpose, either to complete certain challenges or to find hidden chests, stuff like that. So I don't really mind that.
They remind me of Uncharted's collectibles, the little treasures you find along the
way. They definitely give off that kind of vibe.
Yeah, because, like, people... I know there's generally people who, like, find value in collectibles if they amount to, like, some kind of value than just being a collectible for the sake of it. Like, with Mario Odyssey, like, the purple coins for buying stuff, which leads to more moons, and the moons themselves being the main objective.
Right.
Etc. Like... So, like, I do feel like there is, like, a pointless... aspect to the trophies and, like, the collectibles outside of the completionist.
I do think that the point of it is to collect them, which, honestly, considering all the other stuff in the game that has a point, like Toads being part of the cheer squad and, like, other stuff, I don't really think that it's that bad of an issue.
Yeah, no, it's not that big, to be honest. But, like,
back to Blue Streamer, what I love about Bobby's arc is that obviously they need a reason for you to not fight boss battles with your partners, because that doesn't seem to have much of a function. But I love
Yeah.
how they interlude it and like they bring it back for more than just the boss circumstance, because you have the House of Tricky Ninjas. And like Bobby, the point of Bobby's new experience is that he wants to make new memories, but he's kind of missing out. And like Olivia recognizes this, and so does Bobby eventually. So when he regains his memory, when seeing the fireworks, he realizes that, there, I got my memories back, but I value what we're doing so much. So I think it's important to realize that Bobby not experiencing those things, the game and the characters do recognize a reason that is, and they like incorporate it into the story. And I
Yeah.
really appreciate that.
And there's more about Bobby, which I'll bring up when we get to it a
Yeah,
little bit
when we
later.
get
But
to
like,
it. But I want to talk
I
about
also
Shogun
love Autumn
Studios
Mountain
too.
on its own, like
Huh?
just an autumn themed like mountain.
Oh, it's so
Maple
beautiful.
Treeway has made me a sucker for those autumn aesthetics. I
Dude,
love
same. Maple
Maple Treeway.
Tree was literally the reason I like fall so much.
Best Mario Kart Wii track, best Mario Kart track. Period. Don't at me.
Okay. I mean,
It's
yeah,
so
all
good.
right,
No, it's so good.
fair enough.
No,
Fair enough.
it's mad good, bro. Mario Kart
Well,
7 literally wasted all of the Wii's retro tracks because they're literally all the best ones from that game.
Yeah, but I love that. I love Shogun Studios. And fun fact about Shogun Studios, it actually uses part of the melody for Samurai Kingdom and some instruments. So
Actually, speaking of Maple Treeway, the cafe does remix its
yeah,
theme.
it does remix Maple Treeway, and I think that was intentional given the autumn theming. The Pipe House, it's so good. I'm so glad that Mario Kart in general got a remix outside of, Donut Plains or Mario Circuit. We actually got something else out of it.
Yes. Oh my
It's really
god.
nice.
Yeah.
It's like
Also,
it's such a
before
nice
I forget,
treat.
since we're moving to Shogun Studios, the water. Oh my god, the
Oh,
water
the
in
water.
this game.
Oh, this game.
Looks
Nintendo's
so
always
good.
the
Nintendo
guy
be
on
like
me.
that water. No, that water
Yeah,
though.
the guy on
Nice
Miiverse
water.
is like sweating at this water. He's like so
Some really good
aroused.
water. It's very refreshing.
Oh my gosh. But plus it is nice for Bobby because the only other time you see the water Volmetal outside of the temple with Bobby in tow is whenever she fills the lake. So it's nice for Bobby to actually have that memory of Olivia transforming.
Yeah.
I really do like that. But moving on to Shogun Studios, can I just say, as someone who has frequented several theme parks, they nailed that vibe so much, especially with the opening score when you get to the entrance. That is such a theme park vibe. Like they nailed it. It's so good.
I partly disagree. I feel like the entrance they definitely nailed. That definitely does give off a theme park vibe. But like once you're in, I just feel like I'm in like your average like Japan inspired like town, like
Well,
what
here's the
Mario
thing,
3D World did with
it,
the
it
hands-on
feels
hall
it
or
feels like
Bowser Castle and
it feels
Odyssey.
like a sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but it feels like as someone who's been to a lot of theme parks, it has a faux vibe, that touristy vibe, especially with the Emperor Pass and like the regular pass and all that. Which I bought the Emperor Pass because why
Yes,
wouldn't you?
same.
Come on, man. But it's I'm not a peasant, please. But I love that they have royalty coming through, and then like confetti will come down, like as this like cheap like incentive to like get it, and like you're treated like royalty, and like I love how the solution to finding one of the hidden areas with the masks is to find a fake wall and like go behind the fence where a door is. I understood that from the beginning because I saw the door in the back of that thing, and I'm like, oh, obviously fake wall. It's an amusement park. Duh. And it ended up being true. I ended up being correct, and I'm like, yes, my knowledge of amusement parks has not gone to waste. Are you there?
Such a long way from Super Nintendo World.
Oh, don't remind me. Oh, jeez.
Construction delayed indefinitely. Just
Oh, great, my favorite.
got me right now.
No, you gotta wait for Paper Mario 7 before we can get you.
Wait, Paper Mario what?
Paper Mario 7.
Oh, 7. I thought you were gonna make like some Paper Mario Crayon Crushers. Oh god.
Nah. Paper Mario the 7 sculptures.
Oh my god. And it's another retelling of 7 stars.
Oh, let's go.
Oh my god.
Gino?
And then people start hating on
marionette dolls. If Paper Mario has marionette dolls, that means Gino can come back.
Oh, That's only if Square Enix would be like, yeah, you can use him.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd like
But
to assume they're not that anal about Gino. I'd like to assume they're not that, like, strict with Gino.
Yeah, you would. You would like to assume that, wouldn't you?
I mean,
but
it's
anyway,
a Mario character, no?
True. They have dual custody.
Yeah.
Anyways, about Shogun Studios, I love how they actually have Samurai Kingdom influence in the song. It's so good.
Yes.
The actual melody, they have some instrumentation from it. It's like, well, dang, they actually recognize that this game exists.
I also like they did more with Birdo in this game than the last two.
Oh my gosh, I love
they don't do anything with this character since Mario Kart Wii. I swear to God.
Hey, she got 2 musical numbers in like the previous Paper Mario games.
Yeah, so. And that was it. That was it.
Well, what
she
do
wasn't
you do
even
with Birdo,
playable in Super Mario Party. She wasn't even playable.
And she points it out too.
Oh my God, that's just salt in the wound.
A fun fact about that, actually, she points out that there's only been 10 Mario parties, meaning that all the handheld Mario parties are not canon.
That's weird. What?
Got him. But anyway,
DS was genuinely good. Mario Party DS.
I think Shogun Studios is I think Shogun Studios is like the only part of the game I would ever consider kind of tedious, but only because I personally didn't understand the sequence of events and was stupid. But
the fetch quest part, basically, right?
Yeah, the fetch, but that was, again, it was like super obvious. I was just dumb about it, but I love that both Shogun Studios and Shangri Spa have a map. Like, there's a map there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I do wish that you actually got a map, like a pamphlet, because in Shogun Studios, because obviously theme parks have that.
Yeah.
So I honestly think
that would have that probably would have sold me on the whole theme park thing. Just enough to be like, yeah, it feels like a theme park.
Yeah.
That's probably the one little thing it missed.
Yeah, because obviously, because it doesn't make sense to me, because Professor Toad later on has the hint system that you trigger from having a button. So why can't you do that for Shogun Studios? Have Mario pull out a pamphlet and make it look like Super Mario Odyssey and give us information on the attractions. Why not just do that? That would be cool, man.
Yeah.
Actually, that would have been really cool if they made an Odyssey brochure, but for Shogun Studios. That would have actually been really cool.
I would have appreciated that for sure.
Yeah, but that's a lot of effort for something that people aren't going to actually read, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they did that with Odyssey anyways, and I'm just like, damn, that's cute.
Also, the biggest takeaway from Shogun Studios isn't the area, isn't the music, isn't even the boss. It's the fact that the game contradicts what interviews have said about characters having new designs with those 3 tourists.
Yeah, that's another thing, because like,
I don't understand.
To be fair, they did confirm, they're like, is the Koopa Troopa a Shy Guy and a Goomba in a costume? That said, though, that's like the closest we're ever going to get. That's the closest we're ever going to get.
Here's the thing, and here's another thing, and I learned this from my good friend Jim Sterling, who is not my friend, but he's very wise about these things. And I don't mean to invalidate all the research you did, but at the end of the day, do not trust what a publisher tells you in any form, because they are likely lying.
I mean, yeah, that's why I feel like it's BS, because it's like, even beyond that, you have like Mario Odyssey doing unique characters, you have Luigi's Mansion with the ghosts and everything, so like,
well, it's a bit of a
Mario Kart modifying characters on a consistent basis, especially with Mario Kart Tour, so it's like,
I do think...
Are you sure about that, bro?
Yeah, exactly. I do think, and I don't mean to raise any red flags with people, I do think they're lying. I just think they're lying.
Yeah, honestly.
I just think they're lying. And I don't mean to invalidate all that work you did on your hour-long video where you observe all the different interviews.
No, I definitely do question, like, their, like... I question their truth to that, because, like...
I respect the videos because they dissect the logic and find the actual flaws in what they're saying.
Yeah.
But I will say that I do think they're lying. And I think that's the...
No, I honestly do think so, too. I specified how, like, it's kind of BS the way the interviews pointed out, and like they constantly dial back to that one Miyamoto comment, which even then doesn't hold up anymore, because Miyamoto's thoughts on Mario going forward aren't the same as they were in 2011.
Yeah, they aren't. Plus, I mean, again, You look at Alpha Dream's interviews in 2019 where Miyamoto said that the Mario RPGs are intended to be things with new characters and new experiences and new ideas. And it's like in 2019, a developer at Alpha Dream, the last year they were alive.
I miss them so much.
And they are telling us these kinds of things. And I'm just like, Miyamoto clearly didn't have a problem with this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And in fact, he didn't even have a problem with the RPG gameplay, aside from it being so similar to TTYD and not advancing the formula enough.
Exactly.
Like, so what gives? Miyamoto isn't being unreasonable in the slightest about any of this.
Exactly.
He's not
hardly involved in anything anymore. Not even just Mario, just anything.
Like he just gave you some tips. He's like,
exactly.
He did explicitly state, according to them, that Mario doesn't necessarily need a story. But that isn't the same as saying he doesn't want Mario RPGs to have a story,
or that he shouldn't have one at all.
Yeah, given what he told Alpha Dream and everyone. Oh, it's so annoying.
Miyamoto ruined Paper Mario.
Can I ramble about this for 1 second?
Please do. I've rambled about it in 3 different videos.
People are always bringing up that he cut the story down in Galaxy 2. And I always have to tell people, those are 2 entirely different circumstances. Because Mario Galaxy 2 is not an RPG. It is an action game, and he didn't want the story to break the pace of the game. And especially with Galaxy 2's post-game already having a bit of wonky pacing with how the green stars are handled, I think that his concern was fairly reasonable. Should the lore have been cut entirely and not been used and not put into some other form? No. But I don't think Miyamoto's view on the... It just isn't the same. It just is not the same.
Yeah,
circumstantially,
it's not.
At all. Like, stop bringing up how he cut story from Galaxy 2. It is not applicable. Please stop.
Even then, even then, did he have involvement in Galaxy 2 with the whole development, or at least more than games nowadays?
He did have more involvement in Galaxy 2 was one of his last big projects.
Yeah, but the main thing about that was because his views on that are different. That and he was hardly involved in Sticker Star, so it isn't applicable anymore.
Exactly, it's not applicable.
Especially with a recent interview where he we want Mario to be less rigid, be the next Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Create more new experiences. Come on, man.
That's probably stuff like Mario-kun is getting translated to English and being brought to other territories.
Oh shit!
To make Mario more fluid and interesting.
I might buy that now. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a best of collection.
First manga I read. No, I've read a couple.
But yeah, Miyamoto, he clearly is easing up on the property. He's the IP holder.
He's eased up so hard within the past years. I think Mario Odyssey alone is the biggest example.
Yeah. Or, Mario and Luigi Dream Team a year after Sticker Star. I think that's a good example.
Yeah, true.
So
I want to say it's some higher up brand unification. Someone other than Miyamoto.
Here's the thing. I don't mind brand. Here's the thing. In the case of Mario, I don't mind brand unification. I don't want stuff like Dry Bones to be weak to fire like in the older Paper Marios. I don't want to have. I know this is a bit of a controversial statement. I don't want the Mario enemies in Paper Mario to have the Yoshi's Island designs. I want them to actually have the Mario designs because that more accurately reflects them. I want Paper Mario's canon, the canon elements that are connected to the main series, I want them to be accurate. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
I do want those elements to be true to Mario and to expand upon those elements. People are well, Paper Mario is supposed to be different. And I'm well, how different is it supposed to be that it doesn't accurately reflect the series it's coming from? Yeah. I think accuracy is important.
Because even for as weirdly, at least thematically and narratively bizarre and different 64, but primarily Thousand Year Door and Super are, they still feel like Mario games.
Well, I mean, Super, I can kind of argue does it, but that's the whole point.
Yeah.
But which I don't think should be the norm. In fairness,
oh yeah, no, but that was the whole point. Going. Yeah, that was the whole
point. I think this brings me back to Paper Mario: The Origami King is a puzzle game, so obviously, if they pull it off as a puzzle game, they did a good job. If Super Paper Mario is intended to be this foreign, mysterious, new world and not connected to Mario, and they do a good job, which I think they did for what they were going for. There's a lot of lore and a lot of ideas expressed, even optional lore that like fleshes out the villains and like the world and stuff. As long as what they are trying to accomplish is done well, uh, go for it. Which is why I don't like Super Paper Mario's gameplay, because it wasn't done well. But the world, as far as I'm concerned, A tier, super good, love it.
Exactly.
But back to Blue Streamer. Let's talk about Show Theater and Rubber Band.
Show Theater was cute.
Oh man,
it was largely cute. I feel.
I loved the West Side Story thing with Birdo, like you said earlier.
Yeah,
I love Birdo's inclusion, and I love that the paper mache Koopa Troopas wear their glasses from the old Paper Mario games.
Oh my god. I immediately thought of the Koopas. I'm like, yo, come on, just go the full 80 yards, bro. Just go the whole way through.
I just love the parodies. Like the Western parody was my least favorite because it was just like I love how it's a reference to Kirby's Adventure actually.
Oh.
Because it's like a Western setting, and then you have to like time the button press to fire. That's a reference to Kirby's Adventure. But that was my least favorite. But I love the West Side Story one the most because of the combat oriented combined with the amazing music. And then they referenced Tchaikovsky for the third one. That was so good, honestly.
Yeah.
I will point this out, even in DDR Mario Mix, Tchaikovsky is present. So this is the first time Tchaikovsky has ever been in a Mario game. And the punk remix is so catchy. It's genuinely my favorite version of Swan Lake, aside from like genuinely orchestrated versions, because it just sounds so good.
It does, though. It really does.
And then like there's the fight itself, and I love the finishing move where you like fling the rubber band.
Yeah,
but I also love how the idea that, you know, Rubber Band is an actor, so it tries to personify itself as something else. But then it
reminds me of those like flamboyant like women in like these like big like flashy clothes with like this like big like fuzzy robe with like the giant like fuzzy like
right. Yes, exactly. It's just like that. And in fact, her entrance because Rubber Band is a she. The entrance has vocals by Yoko Shimomura. Yeah, Yoko Shimomura does the vocals for the opening theme for Rubber Band Enters.
Oh wow!
So I at least I assume it's Yoko because it's a female vocalist, and she's the only female vocalist I recognize in the credits. And she wasn't the same as the Sweet and Sappy unless they have an amazing sense of range in changing their voice. But I just love that sequence entirely.
My headcanon is that she does, because Yoko is that amazing, bro.
She is. But now I want to get to, because we talked about pretty light stuff so far. Let's go to a bit, you know, like one of the saddest moments in Super Mario history. The entirety of the Princess Peach segment and Bobby, and how that turns out.
Oh my god, when you said Princess Peach, I literally thought Peach herself, not the ship.
No.
And I'm like, why did you name your ship the Princess Peach?
Because the captain is obsessed with Princess Peach.
Which I kind of get that, but you could have made some.
And also, well, you could, but you got to remember that royal ships are actually named after their monarchs. So that makes sense in universe as well. Like logically, it makes sense to call it the Princess Peach. And then it's shorthanded to the Peach.
Reminds me of Peach Monarchs from Mario Baseball, because that's one of her titles in the baseball games.
Yeah, even though Daisy Cruiser is a ship to show up. I love how Peach now is a cruiser. Like Peach and Daisy now both have cruisers. It's very nice.
Yeah.
But I love the tension of the Princess Peach segment of the game, because there's so much mystery surrounding it. You don't know what happened. Obviously, Bobby, after regaining his memories, he knows what's up, and he's not telling you. And the reason he's not telling you
is because, like, he knows Mario's going to stop him.
Yeah, he knows Mario's going to try to stop him. And, like, that entire sequence, like, he keeps Mario in the dark. And you know what I love about this game so much? Because we're going to talk about, like, the most heart-wrenching part of the game. Obviously, you get his friend's box, and you go back to the boulder, which you mentioned earlier, you know, Ollie crushed his sister because, he wants to stop her. And then you get back, and then Bobby is, oh my gosh, this moment is so sad. It's so genuinely sad. I couldn't believe they did it. I couldn't believe they pulled it off and that they actually made it emotional.
Yeah.
But Bobby actually ends up having to kill himself to save Olivia. And because because obviously he's part of the Bowser's Koopa troop, he doesn't regenerate. That's the fact of all Bob-Ombs. They don't regenerate.
Well, there's technically what's it called?
King Bob-Omb?
No, not just King Bob-Omb, but like a contradiction in that. Like, of course, like people hate it when we compare it to like Thousand Year Door 64 in any capacity, but like,
well, Bombette and Bobbery are not Bowser's Army Bob-Ombs.
Not even just that. There's also like all the Bob-Ombs from Far Outpost. When the ones that, not the mayor, not General White, the ones that blow up the cannon that shoot Mario to the moon, because they all fly down in their own little parachutes, and they're all like the same basic Bob-Omb. Essentially, Bobby and a lot of others are.
Right, but I don't think they're Bowser's minions though. So I think that's what makes it a bit different. That, and there's also a theory going around that because it was a different fuse, he couldn't come back, but that's contradicted by the idea of the game's theming. And honestly, I don't mind it if it is a minor retcon, because the way it's pulled off in the Origami King, I don't think it's cheapened by the previous games, because obviously it's its own thing, it's writing its own story. And the fact that Bobby is gone, I think is more important than, oh, well, technically Bob-Ombs could regenerate at some points in other games. Like, that doesn't matter to me.
No, I feel like there's better ways, or like better contradictions than just that, though. But
yeah,
like,
exactly.
But like outside of that, that doesn't really like ruin the moment by that.
It doesn't at all, especially because this is the first time since like Kirsty where Mario is shown to actually have an emotional attachment to his partners, because he wishes Kirsty back to life. But then you get to Bobby, and Mario up to the last moment is trying to stop him. He is actually shocked, panicked, and actually tries to stop him. He runs towards the explosion to stop him.
Yeah.
Like, Mario genuinely has to, and then I've never seen a moment in a Mario game where Mario grieves. And the Origami King actually has Mario grieve the loss of someone.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't even grieve the loss of Luigi when he was presumed dead in Super Paper Mario, because Tippy literally says there's no, we'll grieve for him later.
Yeah, there's no time for it, because like the universe hangs in the balance at that specific moment.
And then he doesn't grieve Tippy when she's gone either. No one does. They have to move on, obviously.
I mean, like they just because they essentially know she's living like a happy life.
They know she's alive. I know, but when it comes to Bobby, when Bobby explodes, immediately Mario, like when Olivia asks Mario where Bobby is, Mario just hangs his head low.
Yeah, and like once it hits Olivia, she can't even handle it.
Yeah, and of course she can't. She's a little girl. She doesn't know how to handle losing a friend.
Yeah.
It's so sad. It's so genuinely sad. And Mario doesn't speak a word of dialogue, and yet you can feel what he's feeling. You know what he's feeling. He's actually showing emotion. This is like, because Odyssey obviously showed a lot of emotion, but I think Paper Mario the Origami King, in that moment specifically, showed the most emotional range Mario has.
Yeah.
And I love that Mario, obviously Mario's steadfast. He's very determined. He knows the mission, but the fact that he's able to help Olivia through her grief, it's not even, like, the moment isn't played for laughs when he's trying to make...
It's not at all, which I appreciate.
When he's trying to make Olivia smile, when he's trying to make her giggle, make her happy. Like, we don't laugh at that moment.
Exactly.
We're genuinely happy that Olivia is able to move on. And then,
and then you try to cheer her up, but it doesn't work. So, like,
exactly.
Mario's, like, wandering around trying to figure out how to make her cheer up. And then, literally, Mario envisions Bobby's freaking ghost.
Yeah. And then you go back to Shogun Studios afterward, and Bobby's in those pictures.
Yeah, I'm like, what the heck is this?
So that means that Bobby has been with...
Why is this genuinely heart-wrenching right now?
Yeah, Bobby's with you the entire time, in spirit, literally. I mean, there are ghosts in Mario, so this is
like,
not...
they're really making me feel for this basic-ass Bob-Omb right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's actually working. What the heck?
It's actually working. What the heck? And that's the thing. Thematically, him being a generic Bob-omb ties back into another theme of the game, in that when you meet up with the squad of Bob-ombs, the squad I like to call them, when you meet up with them, Olivia is shocked to see them. So she's like, Bobby, there's like a million Bobbies. What what are these guys? I don't
Oh
know
my
how to
God.
process this. Like, the poor girl doesn't understand. And then, like, it's like you're reuniting with Bobby in spirit, because all those Bob-ombs have the same mentality he does, to
Yeah.
make an impact. So it's like a thematic parallel, and like it loops around. It's actually, nuanced in how it handles its storytelling, and it's amazing to me that they're able to pull that off.
Did you see King K's video learning to love Paper Mario the
Uh,
Origami King?
no, I watched Garrulous64's
'Cause
review.
Trust me, I know you'll love that video. Because, like, he brings up a point. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing, but he brings up a point that, like, Origami King, specifically with Bobby, brings in, like, this overarching theme of, like, essentially how you take life.
Oh,
and, like,
making the most of every moment.
Yeah, and, like, Ollie's, like, the opposite to what Bobby does.
Yeah.
Cause, like, you see, like, Bobby doesn't have, like, his memories. He's trying to get his memory back, but, like, as you're traveling with him, he basically wants to make new memories. He's taking more value and stock in the adventures he's making with Mario and Olivia. And, like, even when he gets his memories back, he'd rather just keep making new ones. He values Mario and Olivia that much. And even when he's, like, sacrificing himself, he doesn't lament the fact that he's gonna kill himself for it. He doesn't grieve or anything. He takes complete pride, and he's happy for, like, being of use to Mario and his friends. Like,
if you look at the expression on his face, because most Bob-ombs look angry whenever they blow up, but when Bobby's blinking about to explode, he just looks at Mario, and he's, like, stoic. He knows it's what he has to do, and he does it. And I love that you can actually, once Bobby disappears and, like, basically essentially joins your party invisibly, you can actually check the mound of rocks that you saw his ghost on, and Olivia will be like, "Hey Mario, what are you looking at? We need to move on, okay?"
oh my
It's like,
God.
it's like you can actively participate in Mario, like, viewing his grave. It's like a press F to pay respects moment without being overly, facetious and, like, dumb about it. Like, it's not explicit. It's just, Mario actually cared. And that's what I like the most. That's what I like most about Bobby, outside of the lore he adds to Bob-ombs and his own character arc. It proves that Mario cares, and he's not a self-insert. He's an actual character.
Exactly.
It's so nice. And then you get, like, to Yellow Streamer. And
wait, before that,
I'll say about the Yellow
before that,
sorry.
okay,
Yeah.
there's.
I'm rushing
this
a bit. Sorry.
This moment was definitely, like, probably the best one in the game, if not, like, one of the best. But, like, of course, I have, like, one tiny issue with it. It's, like, how fast Olivia copes with it. Because, like, you mentioned how, like, she doesn't know how to, like, cope with, like Ollie's actions and all this other stuff because she's a little girl. I feel like she like, gets over Bobby's death a little bit too fast. Just a little bit.
Well, you have to remember as well that just because she lost Bobby, she still has Mario. And even though she still feels sad, if you go back to the benches that you in Autumn Mountain where you sat with Bobby, Olivia will actually recall memories that she had with Bobby. So she hasn't forgotten. She hasn't fully gotten over it either. And when she sees him again in Bowser, when she sees him again in Bowser's castle, obviously she's obviously confused and, like, doesn't understand.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can't let that moment linger for too long, because obviously the game isn't meant to always be about those moments of lamentation. It's about making the most of life. And I think Olivia is definitely learning that lesson while she travels with Mario. And the fact that Mario is able to actively help her and help her cope with her loss with humor and with just being there for her, I think that softens the blow a lot more than if Mario were not to interact and be with Olivia as often as they are, because Olivia is out of Mario's pocket and talking to him very often.
Yeah.
So I know that if the fate of the world was at stake, and that if there was urgency, I would definitely take a moment to grieve my friend. But if I had someone alongside me to help me through that process, then I would definitely be able to cope with it a whole lot better. And I think that's the key thing. I understand why it can be a minor issue, but I don't think it doesn't make sense, if you know what I mean.
True.
And then anything else about Blue Streamer before we move on to Yellow? I'm sorry,
No,
I rushed you.
that was about it.
Yeah, I just think the moment, just to like just cap it off, I just think the moment is really poignant, and like the whole sequence and Bobby as a character is just a really valuable addition to the Mario series in general. Because, I mean, you look at the characters in T2ID, and obviously they kind of get a fulfillment for their arcs, both in the chapters and in the prologues, and in the epilogue.
But like it doesn't come nearly as much as full circle as Bobby does, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah. And Bobby comes full circle twice because, he sacrifices himself. Then you get those pictures in Shogun Studios. Then you re-meet with the Bob-omb squad. And it's like this whole thing. You could tell that the developers really cared. And like Kudo especially. You can tell that he really cared about Bobby and making him an actual character that made sense.
Yeah.
But moving on to Green Streamer, or not Green, sorry, Yellow Streamer. Green Streamer is 2 streamers down the line. Yellow Streamer, oh man.
I was talking about how Toad Town was big. Dude, the desert. Jesus Christ.
Sandpaper Desert. Oh baby. And can I just say, I'm glad they didn't make this desert a maze. There are distinct regions. They have names. Thank goodness I don't want to go through Paper Mario 64 again. Oh my gosh. And also
I'm happy the boot car's there too.
Oh man, I
makes
love
it so much easier.
I love how they measure things in like Yoshi's horsepower is like Yoshi power.
Ha.
And then like Golden Mushroom is like the maximum speed. Top speed is Golden Mushroom, which as we know is the fastest speed in Mario Kart outside of Bullet Bill, which can only be matched by a literal Bullet Bill. So that's pretty impressive.
That's funny.
But I want Boot Car in its origami form in Mario Kart Tour. I really do. I love Boot Car. It's just funny to me. I do kind of wish it was green like Karibo's shoe, but that might be going on the nose a bit too much.
Yeah.
Also, the rock track that plays when you go through the tunnel. It only lasts for that sequence. Are you okay?
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a short sequence. I forgot what it sounds like.
It's really good. Also, can I just say, the electric guitar in this game goes just as hard, if not harder, than Sonic Adventure 2 sometimes.
No, I'd believe it. I totally believe it. I'm not even kidding.
The Battle Lab is such a good theme. Oh my gosh. And of course, the Vent Battle. The Vent Battle's good. But yeah, I love that Sandpaper Desert, they give you a faster movement option so it doesn't like feel big and open and empty. In fact, Olivia is like, are you sure you want to walk on foot? You can just call Boot Car. You know that, right?
Can literally summon it with a whistle.
And then you meet Professor Toad. And Professor Toad, he's not super memorable, though he does have a function. He's a good hint.
He has a function, and he's the first technically Toad partner you ever get in a Paper Mario.
And I love, and he's like a big Indiana Jones parody, which is really nice. In fact, he literally says, when he sees the disco ball in the temple, which will make sense in context, I swear, when he gets to the disco ball in the temple, he's like, it belongs in a, and then Olivia interrupts him.
Oh my god.
It's like, wait, no, let him say the line. Let him say the line.
That's funny.
Oh man, it's so funny to me. I'm just really glad that line exists in the game. Also, Sniff City, aka Shroom City, bumping.
Banger. Definite banger. Oh my god.
Literally a sniff it vibing. Literally saying he's vibing. Like,
I mean, Goomba said they took an L at the beginning of the game.
True, that's so good. This is why I say that the language in this game, and I don't think the language will be dated. I think vibing and taking an L is just going to be a thing that exists forever. This will probably be dated in 5 years, won't it?
I could see it. I find that debatable because there are some games that like do rely on some writing and humor. I feel like the original Paper Marios are like a little bit guilty of, just a little bit guilty of this.
But I don't think taking an L is like a phrase that will be dated because obviously putting an L on your forehead has existed since like the 90s. Thank you, Smash Mouth.
Yeah, and
So,
that hasn't died at
and I
all.
mean, people vibe. Like that's just
Yeah.
like you know how people thought that yeet was going to be like a dated phrase, but then it just came part of internet vernacular for like permanency.
It's been a thing for
Or
at least like half a decade.
half a decade. So I'm just like, you know what, taking it out and vibing, I'll let you pass. I love the Shy Guy dancing next to the turntable that says like I have no shame. Because that's literally me. I'm literally that Shy Guy. It was so
I have
relatable.
no shame.
It was. I am
It's
a
like
dancing.
I retweet a bunch of Min and Palo on my Twitter. I have no shame. No shame.
Yeah. Why do you think I unfollowed you? But I also the I can only assume that also the pool theme, the da 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 da. I assume the female vocal in that was also by Yokishima.
Maybe.
But that whole sequence where you find the jewels and like you solve those puzzles, and, like do all that, I think that's really cool. I really like that. But fun fact about that puzzle, actually, you know how there's like a jewel by the lake? I actually dug that up out of order. I didn't get the hint for it. I just dug up in a random spot and got it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Oh yeah, it's such a tiny touch, but I love if you park the boot car correctly, you just get a coin. It's like nice.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's like, oh, nice parking.
Nice parking, dude.
That just reminds me of how like average I am with my parking. Sometimes I'll get it right.
Ouch.
Half the time I'll like screw up and I look at it, I'm like, God damn, that looks bad.
Hey, at least you're aware. My sister doesn't even try sometimes. But I love how after you beat it, because I'm skipping ahead a bit to like when it becomes Shroom City again.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The minions and toads actually coexist. Like the toad literally says, you know what, these snips are all right. We like how they are. So we decided to let them stay.
Yeah,
Because
this happens with some of the toads in Toad Town when you save a certain one and like they allow Goombas to like dorm in in one of their houses basically.
Oh yeah, I remember when you meet the Goombas, they're like, we're just gonna hide in here forever-ish, and then you go back later and they actually live with the toads.
Yeah.
Like, there's a very interesting coexisting message that I think ties back into the idea of living life to the fullest. Like, don't make just because someone is of a different race than you doesn't mean that you should, be prejudiced. And it's not even presented in a pretentious or overly political way. It's just we like these guys. They aren't that bad.
Exactly.
They actually have some depth to them. That's crazy because people are like, well, what happened to minions that aren't evil? And I'm just like, well, the Origami King has tons of those. Literally Shroom City.
Not only that, like Mario games have like made Bowser and his minions be treated as more of a joke than an actual threat, to where like they don't really feel like big villains. They could feel like side characters or like
after Galaxy 2, they pretty much went off the deep end when it comes to it, because you live in a status quo for so long. How are you supposed to take them seriously?
Yeah.
But I don't think I mind that because it allows them to have more depth to them and more characterization. And this goes into something like the cafe sequences, especially the first one.
I missed out on those a whole lot because like I saw they were like they used them to like heal, so I saw no need to like go after them because I had plenty of mushrooms on hand. So I'm like, I don't really see a need to like go into them.
Yeah, but the cafes, like, they have actual like dialogue and stuff to them.
I missed out on that. I did not engage in that actually.
The first one is the only one of real interest, honestly. The other ones are like little visual gags or like different stuff where you learn about minions. But the first one is really interesting in that, a Koopa is like serves Mario, and he's like, you know what, Goombas and Shy Guys, Mario and minions, we're all born of the same pulp, so we shouldn't really, hate each other that much. Like the troops genuinely view their position under Bowser as like kind of like a job, and that kind of ties back in. And I'm stuttering a lot. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But I think that ties back into the idea that Mario doesn't kill people, because obviously if Mario killed minions, then their behavior around him when they interact in stuff like those cafes wouldn't make much sense. But since it's just a part of life, then they're just kind of accepting of it because Mario isn't malicious. He's just defending himself. So really, what can you do?
This is true.
And I love that. Even though I love how when you in a later part of the game when the folded soldiers are fighting Bowser's minions, when you save Goombas from the folded soldiers, like I don't like you, but I respect you. That's really good. But anyway, back to Yellow Streamer. Can we talk about Shroomsy's Temple, like that faceless toad sequence?
Yeah, that's the one thing I could appreciate about this game and Modern Paper Mario when it tries this, like the body horror in this. They actually
The body
managed.
horror.
Yeah,
The folded soldiers are a body horror all their own, you know, with the whole they can't be turned back thing. But I love the faceless toad sequence because I'm not kidding. Some of the jump scares genuinely almost got to me, like the one where they're tied up in spider webs. I'm like, oh geez, oh boy, that's like you put yourself in their shoes and you're like, ooh, that doesn't look good. Because whenever they're hole punched, they don't lose function, obviously, but they kind of lose their life force, which is demonstrated in the boss fight where your max HP is cut by a certain interval. And I love that they aren't explicit about it, but the whole disco is dead theming is like really funny to me.
yeah.
like they don't like make it obvious. They don't explicitly state it at all. They're just like you're in an ancient temple full of presumably a dead emperor, and like you're playing disco. So obviously it's a play on disco is dead, but they are annoying.
And like they play with the whole thing. It's like, wait, this toad's alive, but he doesn't have his face. So like, what is it, like limbo? Or, I mean, obviously he's alive, but like they kind of play with that.
Exactly. But they obviously have ears somewhere.
Thrills at Night, though.
Oh, Thrills at Night. Also, fun fact, there are 2 unused tracks called DJ A and DJ B, and DJ A is a remix of Thriller.
Oh my god.
It's actually a remix of Thriller, though. It doesn't have the vocals, obviously, but like, and then DJ B is another licensed song that got a remix, not used in game for obvious reasons, but they're there. Obviously, the composers were having a ball at one night.
That's funny.
I also love how the collectible music discs, because you know how easy it would have been for the collectible music discs to not play music. Like, oh man, this disc is broken. No, instead the disc that Hole Puncher.
Yeah, they give them all like individual different tracks.
Yeah, and
various
Hole Puncher
genres.
like. I also love how Hole Puncher like gives scathing reviews to like 2 of them, and then like one of them he's like. I mean, it's good. It's just not my kind of thing. And I'm like, this guy ain't bad. He's a fair critic. I like him.
Yeah. I thought that was actually kind of funny.
It's
good, but I'm just like, what am I watching? Am I watching a review of Sonic Adventure 2?
Exactly. Or review the
It's good. It's just not
that's the thing for Origami King to replace. I like going on message boards and reviewing games I haven't played. That's the thing to replace it. Hole Puncher saying it's good, but I don't like it.
I mean, that one's more like fair and generous. I feel.
It is.
Because like going on message boards complaining about it. I mean that was funny, but like people turned into like this completely one-sided
It's so toxic
thing.
now.
I know.
But there's zero toxicity in a. It's good, but I don't like it. So
because there's a mindfulness to it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to use that as a reaction image from now on, like for games.
Please
like
do. I'd honestly rather that than like the complaining about games you never played on message boards thing. People
it's
just
funny
ruin
in
that. It was like it's funny in its own way, but damn, people just ruin that.
Yeah, the Hole Puncher line. Like everyone who watches this video this far in, because we're going over the 2-hour mark, probably over the 3-hour mark if things keep going the way they are, which I won't mind personally. I don't know about you, but I think that there's zero toxicity to it, and in fact, it would probably spread positive vibes. So I don't see any drawbacks in using that reaction image.
True.
Actually, the Origami King has so much reaction image potential; it's kind of insane.
Literally, Kamek being like, "Why are you white?"
Oh my gosh. Oh,
we'll get to that when we get to the green streamer.
We will. Oh, I can't wait to talk about Kamek and Jr. But man, the whole pyramid sequence, it goes from like they obviously have it so that the entire area is like this whole mysterious thing up until you get to the disco part, where the entire thing is recontextualized into a musical treasure hunt. So I like how they keep that tension going for like 30 minutes with like genuine puzzles and creepy music and stuff like that. They don't waste that vibe. They don't be like, haha, this place was, you thought it was going to be scary, but it is not. No, there is actually intrigue and danger to it.
Yeah.
But then they play it straight for so long, and then you get to the disco room and you're like, oh, okay, we're here now. What's going on? And I think that's really good. Also, Hole Puncher's theme. I'm so glad they used
Disco
that
Devil's
trailer.
good. Disco Devil's a
Devil.
really good bop. Really good.
Also, Disco Devil is a more talented dancer than me, and he doesn't even have limbs. Bruh.
He doesn't even have a regular body.
He doesn't. He don't got no body.
He's just a stick.
He's
He
not a
literally
stick.
is a glorified stick. I'm not even kidding.
No, he's more like a folded thing. He's more like he's a wet floor sign.
He's a hot dog bun.
Oh, he really is though. I love that most of the Legion of Stationary, like they either have a quippy line to go out on or something unique. Like Hole Puncher goes out on like a countdown. Like, and like the Toads join in. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, man, you gotta respect the guy. He's just doing his job.
Yeah.
But I also love, here's something the Origami King has over the other Paper Mario games and even the Mario and Luigi games. The areas, even though the game doesn't have a legit post game, every area after you beat a streamer pretty much has its own mini post game with its own closure. We mentioned, I mentioned
Shogun Studios.
Yeah, Shogun Studios, Overlook Tower. Then you look at what do you call it? Sniff City. Like all those have closure, and I love that.
Yeah.
But do you have anything to say?
No, not really.
So then we move on, and of course, there's still a mystery looming. What is the incense for? And then Professor Toad, he cracks the code. I'm not trying to rhyme, but whatever. And then you open up this mysterious chamber, and then you see a freezer, and just someone's frozen in there, and you're like, "Oh, okay, bruh. Oh no, this guy? Captain America? Is that you? Is it you, man? Captain America Toad? Captain Toad America? I don't know. Well, no, he's a captain. He's not Captain America. His name is Captain Toad, which is a nice reference to how naming conventions are in Paper Mario 64, by the way. Really clever. Love that. And he comes out, and the Color Splash music plays.
Yeah, I think it's called Violet Island or something.
Violet
like
Island. That took me back for a second, and I'm like, oh, sick. That's cool. I like that. Thank you. Please remix some Paper Mario music. Please remix something from Super Paper Mario. The soundtrack was one of the only good things.
And when you de-thaw all the ice, you also heat up the stakes in the ice. So I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. I like that more. Thank you, game.
It's so clever about its callbacks. Like the older games like get minor callbacks, but the references, like, because obviously the references to older games with like characters, that's like a higher barrier of entry. But the gags in Origami King, based on the newer games, obviously have a lower barrier of entry because they work as their own thing as well. Like, if we were to see Bobbery on the Princess Peach, new players probably wouldn't get it. So I can understand why they're holding back. Granted, Bobbery does get referenced on the Princess Peach when you have Bobby with him and you check the steering wheel, which is nice. So they didn't forget. But it's just, having the character there, it would kind of be it would pull me out of the experience if I was a new player. Cause I'm just like, wait, Mario knows this guy? When? We never saw him in the game before. What gives? So I can understand that. But I love Captain Toad, how he like speaks in, it's not haiku, it's more like riddles. And like Toad I also appreciate, because I'm so sorry, am I talking too much?
No, you're fine. Don't worry.
I love Toad because one, his speech pattern is different from all other Toads. He has an actual original design, which is really nice. and so does Sea Captain Toad. So I love how you get like this modern and like this ancient sea captains together. Despite Teode having a submarine, the Super Marino, which is a really clever nod to Super Mario Land, which I really like. The fact that game got referenced. That game also got referenced in Color Splash with the remix of the Rochambeau Victory theme being a remix of the Mario Land credits theme. So I'm glad that 2 games in a row we got acknowledged into Super Mario Land. But what I love about, again, and with Teode, is that he actually has some lore to him. He has a story. And it's connected to Shroomsies that connects to why he was frozen in there to begin with. And then you realize that, you get to Shangri Spa.
And it's connected to that too.
Yeah, it's connected to Shangri Spa, and that's why the display is there. Then you learn, because the Great Sea sequence, the whole sequence in the puzzle. I don't want to spoil the puzzle specifically, because even if you're here for story spoilers, I'm not giving you the solution to the Great Sea puzzle to get to Diamond Island, because that puzzle is really cool, and you should experience it for yourself. Genuinely, just a really good puzzle. But I love how getting to Diamond Island with the Super Marino is actually the intended purpose of the Super Marino according to the lore. So you're basically fulfilling history. It's wild to me that they put so much thought into that. Then, of course, because it's a big reference to Wind Waker, and they know this, you go through the trials of wisdom, courage, and power.
Yeah, so, literally, I instantly thought, like, this is definitely a Zelda reference. It's literally the same name as all the other Triforces.
Yeah, it's a giant reference to Zelda. And in fact, it's actually more of a reference to Phantom Hourglass than it is to Wind Waker, because Olivia writes down the solutions to puzzles on a piece of paper, just like you would do in Phantom Hourglass. So imagine referencing that game. Not only did they reference Metroid Other M, they referenced Phantom Hourglass, one of the most reviled Zelda games that isn't completely garbage. So fair play, guys. Like, you really are putting in your work. Anyway, do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, not a whole lot. You basically touched on most of what the purpose
I'm so
was.
sorry for, because this is supposed to be a discussion, but I just have so much to say.
It's fine. It's probably a breath of fresh air for most people watching my content to have someone.
Probably, I'm really glad that I can actually spread some positive vibes, because positive vibes have been going around for this game more than the average new Paper Mario game.
Yeah.
Especially in the but I can't help but be positive about this game. Like, you play Sonic Mania, and every time you replay it, you'll find more positive things to say about it. Paper Mario: The Origami King is really the first Paper Mario game, aside from Paper Mario 64, where the more I talk about it, the more positive I think of it. That's so rare for me for games, and I know it's probably going to be chalked up to the comments to them being like, "Oh, you're just rating the game too high," and I'm just like, well, if I had fun, that's really all that matters, right?
Yeah. And it's not on me to take it away from you either, because my experience was different from yours, but I know there's plenty of things more people are going to take away from this game than I have. So it's I mean, it's my experience, so I'm not going to try and push it on others.
Exactly, and because it's my experience, I'm not going to feel bad because I like it so much. I like it, and it's not like I'm morally reprehensible because I like something. Come on,
exactly.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Exactly. But anyway, moving on, and I'm sure we will both have a lot to say because we touched a lot on Purple Streamer. But I want to talk briefly about tape, and this is another example of the Legion of Stationery being the basic office supplies really assists in both their character and their gags, because the tape dispenser on tape is meant to be his sweet ride because he's like a biker.
Yeah.
It's such a good joke.
The way I envisioned it with his speech was this mafia boss.
Yeah, he's like a mafia boss combined with a New Yorker. Obviously you're a New Yorker. You're not part of a biker gang, as far as I'm
technically a part of fake New York. I live out of Long Island.
Oh, yeah, that is actually
I'm a fake New York.
Actually, fun fact: when I visited New York, I actually overheard someone calling Long Island fake New York. So I'm kind of familiar with that term.
I mean, is he wrong?
I don't remember if I visited Long Island, but I wish I would have. I didn't visit Queens or Long Island. I mostly visited obviously Manhattan because I'm like a noob. I'm a tourist, so. But I mean, you get to what I love about tape is that when you get to a second phase, the little strand of tape is like a pompadour. It's so good, and
Yeah.
his clip is like brass knuckles. I'm telling you, it's so clever. Like they actually knew what they were doing when they
I
were
didn't even
making these
consider it
boxes.
being brass knuckles, actually.
Yeah, he literally grinds you with a brass knuckle that is like the thing holding his tape together. It's so clever, and then he like rides around. He is the bike covering the stage in tape. It's so funny. Like they actually they weren't lazy. I don't think the design was lazy in the slightest. I think that if creativity is often born of limitation, so if they limit themselves with the Legion of Stationery, because obviously this doesn't factor into the whole restrictions they have. It's just something they did for fun, and if it's fun, then you should probably bother. That's like the reverse of what Reggie said, right? If it's not fun, why bother?
Yeah. The game
But I
is
love
fun.
that. And then, oh man, the subversion of expectations with the Shangri Spa reveal is so good. Because obviously, you have this whole grand quest with angel statues. You go on this across the entire Great Sea. You fill in the gaps with the elementals, using their weaknesses against each other and honing the elements to yourself and with Olivia. And then you get shot up in a Heimdall's beam, and it's revealed to be a spa. That is so funny.
Yeah.
It
I
is
also like we have
so-
white toads for once.
Oh yeah,
I think
like,
this is like brand new for Mario.
oh yeah, it
Toads
is.
having a white color.
Now I know why that is
'Cause
not
Angel.
in the main series. No, it's not in the main series because obviously Paper Mario has thicker black outlines, and obviously communicating that in white on white for a cap for a toad cap, while also communicating. Wow, linguistics. I had speech therapy, by the way, when I was younger, so it obviously shows. Having that in like a 3D model without like the thick outlines, like the black outlines, it wouldn't be as well communicated. So I am glad that they dressed up, but I also love that apparently they have user reviews, and Kamek actually left a user review.
Yeah, he left like a -2.
Yeah, he's like a negative. I might need to make a retraction on my negative 2-star review. Can we talk? Oh man, Kamek. Oh, Kamek is a riot.
Kamek's actually good in this, honestly. He's
No,
actually good.
he was good in Sticker Star and Color Splash. Like he doesn't show up often in those games, but he's still.
I barely remember what he even did in Color Splash. He was barely in that game.
He was in there for like one boss.
He was in the forest. I think that was it.
He was in Mondo Woods. That's what it was called.
Oh yeah, that was called Mondo. Damn.
So,
I remember
yeah.
Eddie River, but I forgot that forest was called Mondo Woods.
Yeah.
Mondo,
Even though
cool.
it's like Mondo is a level in Super Mario World, to be fair.
I'm
In
just
the
thinking of
special
TFS because like Dragon Ball Z Kai reference TFS being like, "Oh, Mondo, cool. His coolness is over 9,000."
Jeez. But I love Kamek in this game. I love how Kamek is like so deadpan about everything. Like he's such a jerk. Like
Yeah, he is that, and I love like the
But
whole
here's the
like
thing.
nanny nephew dynamic between him and Bowser Jr.
yeah, exactly. But the thing is, he may be a jerk, but you can't say he's wrong. He's
Yeah.
literally always right. And the way he explains it as well makes total sense. He doesn't make decisions emotionally. He makes them based on what information he is given.
Yeah.
Which is the exact opposite of Bowser. Which is why I like when Kamek straight up says, "We would have defeated you a long time ago if Bowser would just
listen to me."
But he doesn't listen. But obviously he's loyal. He cares about Bowser and Bowser Jr. And you know what's crazy about this game? Like, we don't ever see at any point Bowser or Kamek taking care of Bowser Jr. directly. It's not even implied.
Yeah, they do like a secondhand parenting thing. Bowser
Yeah.
kind of goes like he explains a little bit more on this when you're in the volcano later on.
Oh yeah, we'll go over that later because I love that entire sequence.
Yeah.
Like, But I love Kamek because because he actually cares about Bowser Jr. and he's trying to teach him manners. You can tell he learned from raising Bowser, because it just shows he's raising 2 generations of Koopa Kid. That's so cool. And you know what's interesting actually is that Paper Bowser Jr. didn't actually meet Mario until Sticker Star. Like, so he actually doesn't know much about Mario. He doesn't respect Mario. And gradually, as you fight alongside them against Ollie's army, Bowser Jr. actually gains respect for Mario.
Yeah.
And that's really nice. Because that's actually something that not even Bowser Jr.'s journey covered. Bowser
I just
Jr.
like them using this kid again. I love Bowser Jr.
Man.
Ever since they dropped him for the Koopalings, I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Also, I want to point out the very amazing Sticker Star reference they did with Bowser Jr. That is also a Persona 5 reference with him getting cut by scissors.
I thought you were going to mention the fan, but that was in
the fan. I forgot to mention the fan entirely. But
I saw that. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, I thought it was funny.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny, but like, it just reminds me of Sticker Star, and I just don't like.
Like, oh man, why do you gotta remind me?
It's just that simple. It's that simple. Like it's like ugh.
Also, something I didn't notice. It's a blink and you'll miss it thing with Kamek. But aside from the when you first meet him in the ending cutscene, he usually has his broom, but for like 30 seconds, he's holding a rake. And that's why Olivia thinks he's a groundskeeper. The rake is yellow, and it looks very similar to his broom.
Yeah.
But I'm like, wow, they didn't have to go through that much effort to like actually have him have a rake. He could have just used his broom, but no, they actually gave him a rake. And that's really cool to me. That's what I like about Paper Mario: The Origami King, is that even if it has a limited amount of characters that it can use,
it does utilize them very efficiently. Bowser, Kamek, Bowser Jr., Luigi, even Mario.
Heck, hatless Luigi. We never saw that before.
Oh my god. I didn't know I needed more of that until I saw that.
Oh yeah, I want to see Mario without his cap. Does that ever happen?
Oh my no. That's never happened in Paper Mario.
Man, you gotta be kidding me. I figured it would have happened at least once, maybe Super Paper Mario. Oh, whatever.
It's happened in 64 and Sunshine. What the heck?
Wow, really? Sheesh.
That's
but
crazy.
I love how there's like a Sticker Star reference, and it's the crazy part about it is like it's like cinematic parallels between the trilogy, because it's Bowser Jr. being cut up by the thing that he was cut up by in the first game, because it was the first thing he wanted in Sticker Star. It's the first one he saw, the first one he found, Finders Keepers, and then he gets cut up by it later. And that's so unique. That's so interesting to me, because like I get the reference. And it's actually cool, and it's also Persona 5 reference, so that's kind of crazy that people.
I feel like it's just a red black background to be like.
Well, yeah, but it functions as an all-out
thing.
attack. Like it's actually like cutting up Bowser Jr. So I think it is a Persona 5 reference, because
is that a Movo Persona 5 reference?
I will always consider it a Persona 5 reference, but I love that. And this is also a nice reference to Color Splash. When Bowser Jr. loses his color, he also loses his energy. He doesn't even have the energy to whine about anything. And that shows something's really messed up. So it's really funny to me that they reference Color Splash in that way. He's not so drained that he doesn't have consciousness, but he is drained of color, and color is part of life. And the fact that the hot spring, the rainbow hot spring, reference to Port Prisma, is also
because of the rainbow color effect. Bowser Jr. at that moment, he knew exactly what us T2ID stands, us nostalgia fags like me, right? Right, guys? He knows exactly what us nostalgia fags felt like. It's like, I don't even have the energy to whine anymore.
Exactly. Bro. It's like, bruh.
It's like, who has the energy to complain, bro?
Also, can we talk about how Paper Macho Chain Chomp is one of the most terrifying beings in existence? You know what I love?
That thing instant kills you too.
Yeah, and you hear Olivia scream, like off screen.
Oh, that's Olivia screaming.
Yeah, that's Olivia screaming off screen. So.
Oh my god.
And I also love that every enemy you see that Chain Chomp bite is red, so they make it look like the confetti is blood.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. beyond that, because I love Bowser Jr. and Kamek's dynamic. It's so unique.
Yeah.
It's not unique necessarily, because obviously we see those villainous CEOs, but he's like the grumpy uncle.
Yeah.
And I love seeing, and this is like, because obviously we see Bowser as like a parental figure to like, especially in Partners in Time. But then you see him as like this grumpy uncle that's like, I've done this before. Let's get this over with. Behave, Bowser Jr. What are you doing? Stop asking Mario about how much money he has. Literally, if you pay a big amount of money in his shop, Bowser Jr. will literally ask how much money he has, and Bowser Jr. is like, Junior, that's not something you ask people. So even though they're villains, they have some decency to them. And that's what I enjoy. Let's see how Shy Guys finished last and how much I hate it.
Oh, you okay? Because that's another example of the pacing issues I have with this game. Because like I don't feel like that needed to be it being in the game. Like questioning whether it should be there is one thing. It did not need to be right before the last hot spring.
It didn't. My issue with it. Oh, let me just. Okay, I've showered.
You hated that much.
I've showered this game with so much positivity. Let me tell you all why Shy Guys Finish Last is the worst quiz show in a Paper Mario game.
I'm honestly shocked you hate it this much.
Oh man, I do. Let me rant here for a minute, because this is the most negative towards the Origami King I'm ever gonna get. So we're going a complete 180 here. I love Green Screamer a lot, but man, Shy Guys Finish Last legit tanks it for me a bit. I beat it on my first try, but here are my issues. For one thing, selecting a minigame takes forever. It takes upwards of 30 seconds for a minigame to even be selected. It is so awful. It is so dumb.
That's like Color Splash's battling, bro. Ew.
Dude, I want to explain this because I don't know what went wrong. Sniff It or Whiff It, genuinely a really fun and really good segment of Sticker Star. Color Splashes, Sniff It or Whiff It Undersea Edition, really lame, has an instant game over thing if you get a question wrong. You need a specific set of cards to answer questions, which yes, you can buy outside, but I don't think that should be a necessity to begin with. That's so dumb. And while I won't necessarily, I think that Sniff It or Whiff It Underseas is tied for Origami King as worst, because at least Sniff It or Whiff It Undersea Edition only lasts about 5 questions. But depending on how well you do in the Origami King's Shy Guys Finish Last, you could go upwards of 15 segments.
Ew.
15. Why? And why do these minigames take forever to select? Why do I have to make my answers on the ring system? It's so much pressure. I can't even extend the time. If I could extend the time, I wouldn't mind it as much, but you can't extend the timer, and it's not even that well communicated what the numbers on the board mean the first time you do it. I would have appreciated a tutorial, honestly, on how numbers work on the ring system whenever you're doing the math ones, because Math Bath sucks. I hate Math Bath a lot. The one I like the most, because it's so easy, is the Day at the Races one. That's like a reference to Mario Party too.
Oh yeah, the little race. Oh yeah. I did think of Mario Party in that.
I mean, they do literally call it a Day at the Races, so I do think it's a direct reference.
Okay.
But well, the minigame isn't, but the announcer calls it a Day at the Races. Like, the sequence is so annoying. And then I was dumb enough, because I didn't read the text properly, to do the bonus round. Now, again, I did it on my first try. You know what I did it on my first try? I just paused the game and looked up the lyrics because I didn't want to deal with it. I do like that Olivia actually is guided on the ring and she actually goes towards it. I like that little detail.
Yeah.
But I really don't like Shy Guys Finish Last. I think it's tedious. I don't think the minigames are very fun. Sniff It or Whiff It is like the best game show in the series in terms of the gameplay. That's My Merlee show is the best in terms of the writing, and the Oregon and Shy Guys Finish Last is neither. It's, in my opinion, the lowest point in the game. It's just not that fun. It just isn't fun. I don't know what they were thinking with just making.
It's a pace breaker.
Like, I just don't understand. Like, if the minigames, if you had to beat, like, I think they should have made, instead of you having to get 100 points, I think they should have made it so you only had to win 3 minigames. because that way the sequence would be way shorter,
Yeah.
and then there'd be a variety of challenges. And then I also would have liked it if they just made it so that it's a hard mode instead of a perfect mode where you have to get every single one right to get the trophy. I would have preferred, honestly, if they made it so that you had to get 3 questions right to get to the hot spring, and then get 10 questions right out of 15 if you wanted to get the trophy. I think that would have been more fair. I think making that optional would have been nice. It's just not a fun sequence of the game. And every Paper Mario has to, except for 64, has to have that one sequence of the game that tanks that one chapter and makes it less fun. For T2ID, it's stuff like General White or the Puny segment where it's like really tedious and annoying. For Super Paper Mario, it's like half the levels. For Sticker Star, it's stuff like the woods area.
Yeah,
and
with
like,
Wiggler.
Yeah, the Wiggler segment's not specifically, but the Bafflewood specifically. And chapter 2-5 in that annoying puzzle sequence, that's also bad. Chapter 4 is the peak of that game. I actually like that. That's generally a really good sequence. The Enigma Mansion is actually interesting. Then you got Color Splash, where all of the bosses, unlike Sticker Star, require a specific thing.
Yeah.
Why make boss battles worse? And then there are some puzzles in that game that are just tedious and annoying. And then you have the Origami King, which gets things almost on 64 levels of pacing, like almost immaculate in terms of pacing. And then it tanks itself at Shy Guys Finish Last. Granted, like Chestnut Valley, Shy Guys Finish Last, if you're good at it, only lasts about 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
At most, which in a 10 to 15 to 20 hour game isn't that huge of a deal, but it isn't necessarily the time it takes, it's the content that is in it. It just isn't fun. And that's my rant.
Wow.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing in the Origami King I genuinely dislike. The T2ID fans that just don't like the Origami King, not just T2ID fans, but people that don't like the Origami King, if you wanted me to be negative, there is your negative sequence. Because from here on out, nothing but gushing positivity, because the last sequences of this game are awesome.
It's funny because like people be like, oh, the gameplay, it's like it's iffy. It's like could have done better with the villain or the story. And then Titus walks in. Can we talk about Shy Guys Finish Last?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's like, I'm like, can we please talk about Shy Guys Finish Last? I get up on my soapbox. Literally everyone on the internet looks over and like, what are you talking about?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, man? I do think it is really funny that the quiz show of all things is the thing I have the most contention with.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
I think it's funny. I do genuinely dislike it, but I do think it's funny that is the part of the game I dislike. And if it had to be any sequence of the Origami King, at least it's a sequence that people can laugh at for how much I dislike it, because even I think that's funny.
Yeah.
So fair play.
At least from here, it like goes up and up and up. I feel.
Oh yeah.
Because then you get a boss fight with the Sumo Bro, and then you're introduced to literally the best boss music in the whole game, in my opinion.
Gosh.
So good.
Dual-bladed duelist.
That one's close. Actually, I might say Fang Fastener is closer.
Ooh, Fang Fastener. I like Fang Fastener, but let's go through the sequence of events. So
Yeah,
obviously,
So Bowser Jr.'s restored, and you go up to the boss Sumo.
Yep, and then oh man, I love how the track that they use for Sumo Bro and Handaconda is called Boss Fight.
Yeah.
And it's only used for 2 bosses.
Oh my god, that pisses me off. It's such a good song.
I wish there were. Okay, that's another thing I just like about the Origami. Not dislike. Obviously, all the bosses are great. I don't think there's a boss in this game I don't like, which is more than I can say for any of the other Mario RPGs. Like, because even Mario and Luigi has some bosses I dislike, especially Partners in Time with the HP sponges in the North American version, which I'm glad they patched out in later versions. But I
always forget the North American version's harder.
Oh yeah, that's because the North American version comes first. It doesn't have the same
Oh my
polish
god,
as
that's
the Japanese and
right.
European.
That's so weird.
It is weird, isn't it? Alpha Dream is a Japanese company, but yet America is the one that gets the bad versions. And of course, when you get something like Dream Team and Paper Jam, where Phantasma's soft locked in version 1.0.0 when you KO'd him with certain attacks, it's so weird.
Oh
They
my
patched it
God.
out. They patched it out a week in, but it's such an odd thing. I don't understand it.
That
But
is weird.
anyways, I wish that there were more boss fights. I get that the bosses they wanted the bosses to all have unique gimmicks, which they all do, and all the gimmicks I think are fun and challenging and interesting. But I just wish there were more boss fights because they're just fun.
I could see that.
But
I'd agree just for the music alone. Just for the music.
But Sumo Bro, dude, I'm so glad Sumo Bro is getting his time to shine again after Super Mario World, because then he got his own dedicated fortress in New Super Mario Brothers U. He was the second fortress in
I was about to
Rock
mention
Candy
that.
Mines. So it was nice of them to do that. But then, like, Sumo,
I find it bizarre he's weak to fire. I feel like water would have made more sense.
Water might have made sense, but water would have made sense, but obviously the fire flower has more utility, and obviously ice flower isn't water, so that isn't a really direct correlation. So they would have to make him weak to ice, but making him weak to fire, I don't really mind. Especially it actually kind of makes sense because a little bit, because obviously fire produces like steam or whatever, or like it causes things to like soften up. I don't know how that references like Sumo Bros in general, but I think that them being weak to fire isn't that egregious. Obviously, it plays.
Yeah, no, it's just a thing that's just weird more than anything.
It's just weird.
It's not even bad. It's just weird.
It's not as weird as Dry Bones being weak to fire. Nothing will be as weird as that.
Oh, what?
Remember in T2ID, Dry Bones being weak to fire.
Oh my God, you're right. No. I think they were weak to explosive damage.
No, there are Dry Bones that are weak to fire. In like I think it's either 64 T2ID, they are weak to fire. Explosions are a different thing, but the fire flower does damage to them, a critical damage, which is again very odd. I don't understand, but anyway, that Super Bro boss fight really cool, and then like I love how the game like Bowser's Castle, that whole sequence is like jam packed with 3 boss fights. It's like, oh geez, we don't know how to fill. We don't know where to put these other bosses. We have a bunch of other boss.
Let's just shove him in Bowser's Castle.
Yeah, let's just make Bowser's Castle a boss gauntlet, which I don't mind because the puzzle element is obviously the Great Sea was the game's last big puzzle, and I don't mind that one bit because it's like the culmination of all these different aspects, and then it's like going straight into action. Like in the tone of the streamer is more action oriented once you finish the spa hunt for Bowser Jr., and then you get like to Kamek. After you beat the Sumo Bros, asking the minions to be gamers and to rise up, and they do. Also, I love that when you get into the castle, when they're having the feast, the folded soldiers are having a feast, Mario gets trampled by the minions, which is probably the most compromising position he has ever been when it comes to minions, and he was on their side.
Yeah, and that whole sequence of the folded soldiers versus Bowser's Koopa Troop was really cool. And,
Yeah,
like,
I love it.
Trying to find the key to like, what was it, Kamek's room, wherever his broom was, I think.
I love that when you beat certain folded soldiers, they'll reward you with 1,000 coins, and minions will, for the first turn, minions will appear on the field, so you have to puzzle around them.
Yeah.
So that was really cool because they're in the fray, obviously, because it's a giant crowd. Yeah. So also, Choctopus, Smash YouTuber, typically who was playing the Origami King, brought this up. He's like, you know what, the ring system, the ring reminds me of like Roman Colosseum, and the Toads just really love bloodshed. And I'm like,
I'd buy it. Toads are kind of mindless. They would like that.
Oh no, they are mindless. Come on, dude. The Toads are smart.
No. Some of them are woke. Some of them are kind of brain dead. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, okay. But well, that's the thing. People are dumb sometimes. I do love that like not having. Well, so are Goombas, to be fair. Like everyone in this universe has their dumb counterparts. But I love that Toads not having their vest on is a sign of shame. Like that guy on the island with like his 4 friends. Like They're like, we will not allow our friend
that was
to
cute.
embarrass-"
That was cute. It's like we're not gonna allow our friend to bask in the shame.
And
And
then
they just shield him.
and then you have this other toad in like Whispering Woods and like the camp out. You get him back, and then he doesn't have it, and he embraces it like a nudist. And like
Yeah.
you go into the house, and obviously because the house is made of living wood, he actually talks. He's like, there seems to be a change in dress code. Oh man. But anyway, I love Handaconda.
That's my favorite boss in the game, just from a pure like presentational perspective. Like
I love the paper doll.
immediately got vibes from Shadow Queen's hand or the Twigs Riverbed with like the little hands.
Yeah, the River Twigs ones, they really do kind of look like paper. And Shadow Queen is like a sparkly streamer as well.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting.
Exactly.
To see that kind of element be brought back. And I love...
And like how uncanny they look, like these like black like men, tiny and big, walking. I'm like, why wasn't this sprinkled throughout the rest of the game? This felt legitimately unsettling, and it felt cool.
Well, I do think that Hole Punch's affliction against the faceless toads kind of fits in that same category. But I think having that kind of shock value late game to show you that things are really getting down to business, I think that's really effective. Also, I love how they use paper dolls. And like it makes sense how they like in battle. Like the Origami King, say what you will about the paper gimmicks, the Origami King actually knows how to use them really well and like actually use them in gameplay in not a gimmicky way, but in a way that actually works within the universe.
Yes.
And I also want to note something interesting because the Thousandfold Arms, which we have gone the entire thing without mentioning aside from rubber bands.
Holy crap, you're right.
The Thousandfold Arms have magic circles, and so do the Vellumentals. Now, obviously, the Vellumentals are originally origami, but they give you the keys to understanding origami. So I think that because origami is a key to life, that the Vellumentals, obviously, while they aren't origami themselves, they understand origami, and the Thousandfold Arms being like a thing that ties it all together with the magic circles. It's a very subtle piece of lore that Ollie even uses to his advantage. And it's very interesting to me that they took that route where the magic circles encompass they are basically a part of life and like folding things and folding together life, because obviously of Ollie refolding things is kind of a way of rebirth. And I think that's interesting that it's kind of a rebirth of sorts. Because obviously, so again, it's a form of life. So having the theme of living life to the fullest, and having the theme of origami being tied to the cycles of life and the ideas on how life and the elements represent each other, and how it's all represented. Origami King's just about life, and it's very interesting to me because I can't say that Color Splash and Sticker Star have thematic ties behind them. In fact, I can't really say that about Paper Mario 64 or T2ID, and it's kind of hard to even place a theming. And I'm not saying that every RPG or game needs theming. I'm not saying that in the slightest. I don't think that's true, but I do think that Origami King going the extra mile really adds to it. Yes. And you can't say the Origami King didn't put all the effort they could have outside of character design, because obviously if the restrictions are self-made, then they're self-made restrictions and we can't help that. But the effort they put into what they do is actual effort, and I think that should be appreciated.
Yeah.
But not Shy Guys finish last. Screw that game.
Not Shy Guys finish last.
No. There's a reason there's last in it. It's the worst quiz show. Anyways, Handaconda is a boss fight. Really interesting. But I will say, Handaconda as a character may be the most intriguing. But, oh baby, I love Scissors.
It's that honorable samurai.
Oh man, it's the psychotic samurai. That's the characterization. That's like the official term for like that kind of character. And just it's so cool because obviously I love how this game is like, it's this unintentional theming of obviously The fans hate things, so let's have them fight things. Let's have the most powerful being in the Paper Mario universe be the first thing you see, and let it be scissors. And I'm like, because the characterization is so good, and the presentation. Oh, the presentation!
Presentation's mad good.
Like
Also, Paper Macho Buzzy Beeble.
Oh my gosh, the way he cuts. Okay, this is something I like about the paper gimmick and it's more than a gimmick to me. It's like a thematic part of the world at this point. It's not a gimmick anymore. I hate that people call it a gimmick. It isn't a gimmick. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but I just don't think it is.
I mean, I could see it being less of a gimmick here. I still kind of see it as a gimmick.
Like, I think the Thousandfold Arms is as far as gimmicky gets, because everything else tied to paper in this universe has thematic ties. We talked about how origami and how all that ties into the theme of life. And I think that is more respectable than it is gimmicky. But this is something I think that Paper Mario can get away with that obviously, very obviously, the other Mario games can't. Paper Mistake Buzzy Beetle is the skin on that is made up of people's faces.
Yeah. It's like the best example of this game's body horror.
Yeah, you can't do that in other Mario games. You can't. It literally is not possible. It is way too gruesome in any other context. It can't be done.
Exactly.
It can't be. Unless you were to like cheapen it by not having it be body horror and instead being their entire bodies that are like magically fused into like a creation, kind of like an amalgam from Undertale. You should play that game. That doesn't make much sense in context, but for those who have played Undertale, you understand what I mean. But the thing is,
and they kind of do establish the magic too, because like the thing stole Kamek's magic powers with like attaching him to it.
Well, yeah, but that was an augmentation. But it's not magical in nature. Scissors cutting off people's faces and attaching them to Paper Mistake Buzzy Beetle.
Yeah,
it's not like magical. It's straight up horror. And I don't. People are like, well, I can't take it seriously because it's made of paper. And I'm like, it's not about what it's presented as. It's about the implication that it presents to the universe at hand. You need to put things, and people are like, well, I can view a game however I want, and I disagree with that. I think in this kind of case, you need to view it with the artistic intent that is being presented, and the artistic intent is one of absolute horror and terror, and I think that's entirely fair. I love how they have like this horror sting to it when you see Bowser Jr.'s clown car and he's not there. Like, and you like go through this hallway of what are essentially corpses, and like, sure, I mean, Super Paper Mario, Summer Kingdom, its entire world gets destroyed. You don't really see that though. It like fades to white. You don't see people getting erased from existence.
Yeah.
Origami King, oh, they just show you that people are basically dead. They just show you that folded soldiers can't be turned back anymore. Like, because we're going to discuss this with Stapler. Stapler is the reason things are folded together.
Yeah.
But if you leave Origami Castle, what Olivia says is true. The Origami soldiers don't disappear. They're still around. And I don't think that's even for gameplay purpose, because Bowser wasn't entirely folded. Once you are reborn, you are stuck that way, even when being Stapler. And that is just terrifying. It's awful. And like, you obviously, again, in the main series, you wouldn't be able to contort and fold someone's bones and body in front of people, in front of the player, and like present it. Obviously, Origami King doesn't present the soldiers being folded either. You see the shadow of it happening, but that's to augment the horror, so that it shows that the game takes it seriously. It isn't a joke. Like, it's not a joke to them. The game doesn't play it for laughs. This is a genuinely awful event that is happening, and the game plays straight with it because the focus is on story, on the development, on showing those different aspects and how characters react to the situation. It is a Mario story, and it just happens to use paper to its fullest advantage in a way the main series can't. Isn't that the point of these spin-offs? To use what advantages they have that other games don't, that the main series can't do, and using that to the fullest advantage? I think that Paper Mario, the Origami King, accomplishes that and does it really well because it uses both the elements of story with Bobby and Olivia and the body horror, and it combines it unabashedly with the paper theming because that's how it wants to present it. And not only how it wants to present it, but how it's able to effectively present it. From the Legion of Stationery and how they're animated and how their gags work to the body horror, it just works so well. And you just can't do that anywhere else.
No, you're right about that. Because, like, I kind of wish I mentioned the body horror aspect of it in my review, because I did touch on it in, like, tweets. But, like, you could largely chalk up to the presentation as a whole. Because, like, I do think Origami King does have really good presentation, even when I don't agree with, like, the whole focus of, like, the whole paper aesthetic being, like, a main core part of, like, everything in the game now. Like, it still does it really effectively. So, like, I can't really mark it against the game that much when it does do it effectively in, like, so many different ways.
Here's a question. Do you mind the paper gimmick when it is used as part of a narrative and thematic device in the context of a story? Because to me, that's what Origami King does. It uses it in the actual story, and not in a gimmicky way, like when you like splash things with paint. I'm talking about how the Origami King uses the folded soldiers and the theme of life and how it like contorts that idea.
I kind of do mind it a little bit, because I feel like they could have done it in a context that didn't surround them being paper, because then that, like, ties back to, like, them just being self-aware that everything's made of paper in Paper Mario, when it used to be an aesthetic.
Or
at least largely an aesthetic.
Well, my question is that, well, in the Origami King, especially compared to Color Splash, the environments aren't nearly as papery as before.
Yeah.
They dialed it back extremely and decided to go for something like more like Paper Mario 64. And I don't
know if I go that far.
And I don't mean this to offend you at all.
No, I know.
I just don't understand where the line is with you, because I see the thematics of it and how it's using body horror and how it's using the folded soldiers in a narrative context, in a thematic sense, in a way that is actually clever and interesting and good. And I have to wonder what is wrong with that, because I understand in the context of Sticker Star and Color Splash how the paper theming can be bothersome to you because it's just lazy to just use a title that is paper. I will admit it is lazy to just use that title as an excuse and to not tie it to thematics when the other games had thematic ties. But when the Origami King does both, I don't really see an issue, because it does both.
I think it's mainly because I
understand that if it's just an aesthetic thing and you see it and you just don't like it because you see it and you don't like it, I understand. I completely understand if that's the reason. I'm not going to hold that against you, because there are plenty of games with aesthetics I don't like that I can respect as games and I just don't enjoy. So I understand completely if you can't get past that. But for me personally, if they do both, then I think that's just the best of both worlds.
Like it is kind of that, but it's also with like how like because of like everything looking like paper and like how they like play it up in like different ways. Again, they dial it back with like visually and like graphically compared to Color Splash and Sticker Star, but like when characters are constantly like telling themselves it's like we're being folded and creased, like yeah, folded soldiers can't be walked back, but like a majority of the time it still feels like you're fighting the same exact Mario enemies as always, even with the context that like they're technically still dead, they can't be brought back, even with like how like the Legion of Stationery, like it ties to the whole origami lore, like the fact that like there's such like a big focus on like all this like origami, folded, paint, stickers, like it doesn't feel like natural stakes. It feels like it's just trying to create big stakes surrounding the paper just for its namesake. Whereas beforehand, it was called Paper Mario largely as an aesthetic appeal, but it focused more on like natural high stakes, like fantasy like storytelling like Mario usually has.
Well, my question
I'm looking more for like that fantastical, like mystical type storytelling, like with natural stakes and like natural writing.
Well,
'Cause,
I
like,
think that I think that's where the balance is when it comes to stuff like the Vellumentals, because even though the Vellumentals are made of like origami, there's still a natural mysticism to them. Like there's a natural like
I mean, kind of, but like
element
outside
to
the
it.
puzzles, they don't really amount to like too much in the grand scheme
They
of the whole
don't,
game.
but you have to remember the crystal stars don't really amount to much outside of actually they just open the 1,000-year door and that's it.
I mean,
Which
like
is
that's like your main goal in like reaching whatever was behind the door, which like they say it's a demon, and then you find out what it is, and then you have to stop that.
true. But I think what I think I here's the thing. I understand, but I can't agree if that makes sense.
No, that's fine.
Because
No, that's
because
completely fine. Because
the
I
way
feel like that's, for me at least, that's the main thing. Like,
yeah,
if you
'cause
understand, that's the main thing. You could disagree, but as long as you get it.
I understand the idea of like natural stakes. I I mean I can't understand the feeling because I disagree. I understand that not only is that your opinion. I'm not just saying, well, that's your opinion. I understand that it's your opinion. I understand why you like those more natural stakes. But for me personally, and for my personal taste, I like that they actually use the papery aesthetic to increase the tension and heighten the stakes because obviously you're using something in the context of their world and that they are made of paper and that what Ollie is doing is genuinely messed up. And again, you can't communicate those kinds of themes in other Mario games. Those are kind
Yeah.
of things you do in like M-rated games outside of that. So, and then there's the fact that, and this is something I brought up with you in some discussions we have in the past, because yes, me and S&T have discussed Origami King before this point. What can I say? It's a new Paper Mario, and we're both fans. But anyway, with the folded soldiers designs being of older Mario enemies, I like that from a simple design perspective because if the folded soldiers were entirely new creatures, we wouldn't have a reference to what their base form is supposed to be outside of them being introduced in game in their base form. And even then, we don't really have an attachment to a new design. So we don't really have an emotional stake or connection. And not just emotional, but our brains don't really link as well to the origami designs of new things as we would of the minions because it just clicks on our brains better. We recognize what those things are. So from a simple design perspective, I think having them all be previous minions is completely fair. That and the minion variety is like super high. Like there's a lot of different kinds of minions from like even up to like New Super Mario Brothers 2 of all games. So I think it's fair play on their part because it
Like,
just
how high for New Super Mario Bros. 2? Just the Bone Goombas?
yeah, Bone Goomba is like one of the only enemies introduced in New Super Mario Brothers 2.
I feel like
But
Color Splash had more enemy variety.
well,
They
I
had the
don't
dinosaurs from Mario World in the circus.
true, they had Reznor. I'm not sure, but I do think that I don't really mind it again because again since they're all based on older designs, we immediately recognize what they are supposed to be. I think that's the key element. What are these things supposed to be and how have they been refolded to not be what they're supposed to be? I think that's the most important part when communicating the idea of rebirth and being refolded. Because obviously when we look at Peach, she has nothing but eyes. She doesn't even walk normal.
Yeah.
Like we see Peach and it's unsettling. So I really do think that it works to their advantage to them all being older enemies. And it's not like they're reusing assets; they're all in like 3D and like actually folded and like really interestingly like done.
At least as
So
far as the folded soldiers go, they're not reusing assets.
right, yeah. Actually, the Origami King doesn't reuse assets. It actually redraws all the sprites. If you look at Mario, his
Really?
yeah, his Mario like all the enemies have redrawn sprites. They all just happen to follow the same design sheet as Color Splash. So, in fact, if you look at Mario, Mario's nose is actually like twice as big in the Origami King.
Yeah,
for the
that's
Color
right. And
Splash.
they moved his eyes down a little bit.
Yeah, they did, and they made his mustache thicker.
Hmm.
So yeah, they don't actually reuse assets. Crazy, right? I thought they did, but looking at the
I thought they
sprites up
did.
close, looking at the sprites up close, they're either colored differently or they have different proportions to them. Seems that they made the enemies a bit bigger in some cases. or smaller in others. Shy Guys seem to be smaller than they were in Color Splash, weirdly enough. But let's get to Origami Castle. The final. Actually, no. Before then, let's
The
talk
airship.
about the airship sequence when they meet up with Bobby. I love how, because remember Kamek, he pressed the button to cut the engines, and you're like, man, Kamek, you're stupid. Then you read the labels of the buttons,
Yeah, it
and
literally,
you're like,
it
yeah,
literally says, "Do not
okay,
press this button."
no, it's not do not press this button. It's engines. It's like cut off engines, and then in bold letters, and then like super small, like fine print, there's like an arrow pointing to the other button, and it says weapons button over there, and the other one is weapons button, and then it's what it is sorry, I'm over explaining this, but to keep it short, basically it's weapons button is over there in fine print, and then it points to the other button, and then engine button is over there in small print, and the points over there. It's not a do not press button. It's a it's a switcheroo button. I don't know who
it has.
that.
It's been a minute since I played.
It's funny. It's just a funny gag that I'm like. I thought Kamek was stupid at first. When I heard about his story, when he explained how Bowser's Castle crashed into Shangri Spa, and then I realized he's not stupid. The person who made those labels is stupid. But that whole airship sequence is actually pretty fun, and the sound design for the paper airplanes is hilarious. Oh my god!
It was a cool sequence for sure.
Yeah, it was. I love. It reminded me of the Red Baron from Peanuts. Big Peanuts fans. So.
Oh yeah.
And then then you crash into the mountain.
Yeah, and you have to like rise out of the volcano to avoid the folded soldiers, and like Kamek and Bowser Jr. fend them off for Mario to escape with Bowser.
The sacrifice play. It is assumed that they almost died.
Yeah.
But obviously they don't, because why would they kill off the main characters? But I love that Bowser Jr. like he doesn't try to save himself or his dad. He he respects Mario. He respects the mission. His whole goal was to save his dad, and
that's what Mario's doing basically.
Yeah, and he's like, Mario, you do your thing. I can fight these guys off. And honestly, it would have been nice if they would have brought out the paintbrush for it. But well.
Yeah.
You can't have it all. But I like how Kamek clones himself, like in Dream Team.
Yeah, that too.
Like, it's really nice.
And then when you go up to Bowser and he explains like how that's just the way he parents.
Yeah, it's
you
like
gotta like kids just dive in and like do stuff their own way in order to learn. How else are they gonna learn?
Like sometimes you have to trust your kids to not to get into my parenting philosophy. That was the line that got me.
Oh my god, that was good. Not to
get into my parents. Like Bowser being a dad is so good. It is though. This game really explores, like, it's only in a few lines, but you understand what Bowser's about when it comes to being a parent, and he also puts on parental controls. So I gotta respect him for that. And then I love, like, Bowser's a riot in this game. He I wouldn't say he more than makes up for his lack of lines in Sticker Star and Color Splash, because nothing will make up for the lack of lines in Sticker Star and Color Splash.
Thank you. At least Sticker Star.
Yeah, but what he says is, oh man. The patch the castle cowards line. I feel like the localizers just ripped that from a Reddit post.
Yeah, honestly, I'd buy it. It's like, funny though.
No, that's what's funny is that it's like, man, this is something someone would say. That's scary. They understand us. They're learning.
They're learning, and it's also a little bit funny how like. It played up for how Luigi kept finding the key to Peach's castle, and he's like, I give up, I can't find it, I don't know where it is. And it's in the exhaust pipe in his car. I'm just like, Luigi, you're kind of stupid right now. I'm just saying.
Olivia in the Origami Craftsman's Island, she's like, oh, Luigi, poor sweet Luigi. She's literally saying what we're thinking.
Yeah.
And then
Peach pulls the same trap on Mario on Luigi, but like when you fall in that hole, you just die. But Luigi survives towards the end, and I'm just like, okay, that's kind of. I mean, I get it, but that's kind of dumb.
I think the implication is that when the castle gets folded, Luigi escapes. because
when the castle
entire
gets
basement. What?
But like the minute Mario falls, he just dies.
Oh yeah, that's kind of the thing though, is that the castle isn't folded up yet. And I think that's more. I like that because it's more ominous, and there's a save block before then anyway. So
True.
So I think it's worth the instant game over, because Paper Mario has a ton of instant game over scenarios like that anyway. And why would you want to fall down that pit anyway? Why would you?
Morbid curiosity. Emphasis on morbid. So yeah, I do deserve the game over.
But the fact that Luigi escaped just shows that the guy's got gumption. Even if he does, get stuck in gears and magic lamps and on islands that are a reference to Paper Jam, but
wait, really?
I mean, he's on a beach in like the him on a
also
about references to Paper Jam. When he's falling down in the Vellumental Temple, he flaps his wings to slow his descent, like in Paper Jam, and he jumps over Scissor's one-hit KO attack, which is amazing, by the way. I love Final Cut, just like the Bros do, meaning that he probably learned from the Bros how to jump over attacks. Like
that would be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, it is neat how they like reuse like those things from Paper Jam. Paper Jam is also the origin of the white outlines in-game models, so you can thank them for that.
I feel like Paper Jam's the only game where like no one can bitch about the white outlines because it actually makes sense.
The sprites are so small.
That too.
But I love how here's the thing. I want a full Paper Mario movie that is of the quality of the cutscenes, because
the cutscene for like the castle coming together, I thought that was really good. That looks really beautiful.
The opening sequence and the castle folding cutscene, they look so good. I don't know how to explain how they look so good compared to the in-game stuff.
Yeah, because how much they fold the actual paper into the forms to form the castle and like the level of quality. The frame rate kind of chugs, but otherwise it still looks really good.
I don't think it actually. I think that's an intentional thing because it's not made in engine; it's rendered. So I think it's more of a crafted world kind of deal. But I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's the lighting. Maybe it's how fluid the animation like is from sequence to sequence. But I love how Origami Castle is like hinted at. Not even hinted at. Like see it in the Origami Craftsman's Workshop, and also. Another Mario and Luigi reference, they do high jump in the Origami Craftsman's Workshop. So, bruh.
Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, to get on top of the bookcase.
They literally do high jump. They do a bros move. That's crazy to me. I'm just like, it's like Luigi wasn't even around in Paper Jam. How did he know how to do that? What? I just love that. And I mean, this isn't the first time Paper Mario's referenced Mario and Luigi. You can look at the Sammer Kingdom and Chocola. T2ID for Mario and Luigi references, but those overt references, not super overt, but just those little things, those little touches that like connect it, especially to Paper Jam, is really nice. But then you look at Origami Castle, and I love how they pull a Black Bowser's Castle from Color Splash, and they have it so that the music doesn't like change when you go into battle. Like the area theme is the battle theme.
Yeah, you're right.
It's so good. It's so good. Like, and then, oh man, like we're almost at the end of this discussion because we're going to talk about Paper Mario's future. We've been going for almost like 2 hours and 30 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I hope you don't mind how long this is because I know I've been talking for like.
I want to say 3 hours actually.
I know I've been talking for like 70% of this, even though it's supposed to be discussion, but I just have so much to say. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's always nice seeing people talk about stuff they're passionate about.
Yeah, it is
negative
nice.
or positive. Goes both ways.
Emphasis on negative for Shy Guys to finish last. But anyway.
That was so funny. I'm honestly
sorry. I will never stop. I will make a Twitter account for that. Cancel Shy Guys finish last. Patch that out of the game.
I could see myself sounding like that whenever I make that Mario Kart Tour rant, because I cannot get away from that game.
Bruh.
It's so bad.
Honestly, I think I want to fold up the entire land because of what the Shy Guys put me through with Shy Guys finish last. You know, you see one Shy Guy, you've seen them all.
I mean, that's the case with Toads for the most part.
True. But what's interesting to me about the Toads in Origami King is that, a lot of the Toads aren't alike except for gags. Like, obviously, they definitely do have their own lives, even if they are, like, used for jokes for the most part. Like, you actually sympathize with them, and they aren't just, like, fodder, like in Decalberg or in, like, Port Prisma, with the exception of, like, Rescue Squad. Also, the Rescue Squad cameos twice in Origami King, in Shogun Studios' photo booth, and in The Ringer. So I'm really glad that they decided to bring it back. Like, can we please, like, a callback like that is, like, really minor, because it's not like they're on the same level as something like Bobbery, because obviously they don't even have dialogue. But I just really like that they're back, and I like their designs. But I love Origami Castle. I love how you actually see the throne room for Ollie and Olivia.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a cool thing. And then, like,
Fanged Fastener, boss
gosh.
theme.
That 1,000 volts arms finisher is another example of why you can't personify these things, because you snap a dog's jaw, bruh. You literally
I didn't even consider that.
Mario just snaps the jog's maw. The jog's maw. There isn't even a D in there. The dog's maw, and, like, it's so brutal in the context of it. Obviously, you could always just whittle down his HP, but the brutality is worth it. It's like a Mortal Kombat finisher, but for kids. Also, there's barking in Fang Fastener, which is adorable and also kind of sad. You're just, because Fang Fastener, he doesn't even, like, he's barely even sentient. He's not sentient at all. He's just a dog. You literally just have to put the dog down because you don't have any choice, so you can unfold Bowser. Like,
yeah.
Dude, it's just so, it's more tragic than anything. If I could spare Stabler, I probably would, because he doesn't really deserve it. He's just always guard dog. Can you tell I went through speech therapy again? But man, that boss fight is, like, so cool. I love how, unlike pretty much every other boss fight, you have to keep your distance to whittle down his staples. Like, that's a really cool twist. And then you get to the sequence right before the boss fight. First, let's talk about Bowser's motivational speech to Olivia.
Oh, Bowser's speech was really good.
It was really good. Bowser, of all people, encouraging him, because you have Mario sitting next to Olivia, but obviously Mario's not really big into talking. So, but then Bowser's
and Bowser just chimes in.
It's like, I'm a giant turtle. Your brother, I'm a giant dragon with, like, fire breath and a spiking shell. Your brother doesn't scare me. Plus, I'm racing Junior. Imagine raising a kid with a flying car and his own army. And I'm like, and Olivia's like, Olivia and I thought the exact same thing. Wow, that really puts things into perspective.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because, like, what kind of dad out there has that kind of stuff other than Bowser?
And plus, Bowser Jr. being inherently an inventor also probably doesn't help. Thank goodness Bowser has Kamek, because Bowser's not very good with manners. Bowser is a good dad. Bowser is not exactly what I call a good example, but I'd say he's a good dad in terms of, he's like a Dr. Doofenshmirtz, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like how Doof is with Vanessa, which, new Phineas and Ferb movie coming out, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, you're right.
28th. But anyways, I really enjoy Bowser throughout the entire game, not because he's joke fodder, because let's be real, Bowser in like all the RPGs except for Bowser's Inside Story is like joke fodder, except for his, like, mini arc in the Mario and Luigi series where he goes from being possessed to being duped to duping the bad guy and then duping himself. So I like that Bowser in this game, he has some actual heart to him. That's what the Origami King really has, though, what I think. It has a lot of heart to it. And not like a faux heart, like, Kirsty's sacrifice, where it's not really earned, even in my opinion. Yeah. It's got some actual, like, depth to it with its characters. We mentioned Bobby, and we're going to bring up Olivia soon. And even Ollie with his redemption arc, not arc, but it's like a short bit of redemption where he actually accepts what he did was wrong, instead of something like Dementia where he doesn't. It's just like, it's really nice that every character in this game, and I mean every character, at least has something to them, except for, the Legion of Stationery, which, Ollie just gave them sentience. What do you expect?
Yeah.
So I really like that about all the characters with like big roles in the game outside of bosses, that they actually get development and they actually get character to them. Some get full arcs. Then we get some perspective into stuff like Bob-Ombs and how Kamek raises Junior, and how Bowser literally only loses to Mario because of himself.
I mean that that much is kind of obvious.
I mean, it's never explicitly said. Plus,
I mean,
Bowser,
true, but like we all know Bowser's.
we
kind
all
of
know
a brickhead.
Bowser's a doofus, except in Paper Mario 64, where he was smart and like marginally in a way. Though honestly, Cammy probably helped him out do his homework.
Yeah,
Matt. But
I miss that old fart.
now let's talk about how Peach's corpse is used as a tapestry in the castle.
Yeah.
Ollie pulls a build cipher. It's insane.
Yeah, that was nuts. That.
Like
I didn't catch that along the initial playthrough, but then I saw that after. I'm like, oh yeah, that actually is kind of messed up.
it is messed up because he already turned Peach into a living corpse, but then Peach, her eyes are closed, and
She already is dead, so
she's pretty much dead. But the most disturbing part is that you can hear her heartbeat throughout the room. So she's kind of alive. She's basically she's not like a zombie. She's not like the living dead. But the Peach we know is basically dead and is like a shell of her former self.
yeah.
And it's so scary because, and then you get to the part where Ollie says he's going to use Mario's corpse as the final crane in making his wish, which is kind of just a really metal line that I really like. Like, he doesn't actually say that he's going to use Mario's corpse, but he says he's going to use Mario as the final crane. And I think that, again, kind of really plays well into the paper theming.
You're going home in a box.
Oh my gosh, Zaz. But like, Ollie, he's so twisted and messed up. And he just loves his theatrics. And I can kind of respect that. And I love a villain that can be theatric about things. Everyone loves a good villain. Ferb said so himself. So it's really cool that. And then the final battle, the first phase obviously reuses some concepts, but the second and third phase, oh man, it's cool.
I beat him in the second phase.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about the other phases.
Oh no!
I'm talking about Paper Macho Bowser.
I thought the second phase you meant when he transforms into the second Vellumental bot. No, literally the only other two phases.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mixed it up. My bad.
Yeah, I love the boss theme. I think the boss theme was specifically composed by the Three Houses composer, and you can tell with the combination of violins and stuff. Please put it in Smash. Put Paper Mario in Smash and put the Final Fold in Smash. It's so good. Why aren't you doing this, please? I want half the Origami King. I want them to pull a Terry and have 50 songs from Paper Mario and most of them to be from the Origami King.
I'd want Paper Mario and Smash just for the music alone.
Same. I also we don't want to get into a Smash discussion because
no.
But just to say, Nintendo put Paper Mario in Smash. But seriously, I love the battle theme, and I love that the final battle. Actually, you know what? I like the final phase where you have to fold a giant magic circle. But the one thing I don't like about it, it's the same reason you don't like the fan. It reminds me of something I don't like. They reused the puzzle type from Shy Guys Finish Last. Oh my god.
I literally thought of it 2 seconds before you said Shy Guys Finish Last. I'm
it's
oh my god.
Come on, guys. Wait. I like the puzzle because it isn't scenery, it's a pattern, and it's you actually see the puzzle being mixed up. But it still reminds me of Shy Guys Finish Last, and therefore I am obligated to like it less.
I wasn't that.
I don't like Shy Guys Finish Last. I wonder if I made myself clear on this subject.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I was clear. I'm not a fan of Paper Mario's Modern Direction. I should probably make another video.
Probably make another hour-long video about it.
But like,
Oh my gosh.
regarding the final boss, I like what they did with Bowser. They gave him some purpose than just him tagging along.
Oh,
and
can I
being
talk
like
about
this-
Bowser asking if Peach has seeing if Peach has something to read?
Oh my god.
Oh,
He's such
man,
a simp, bro. He's such a simp.
it's not, no, a simp would imply that he wants something out of Peach, but he genuinely just cares about Peach.
I mean, he
Even-
kind of does. He wanted to marry her in Odyssey.
Well, he wanted to. Well, of course he wanted to marry her, but
He's at
a
least
simp-
the simp in the Mario anime movie.
Well, yeah, he's a simp in the Mario anime movie, but in terms of his character nowadays, he's less of a simp and more of a he's more lovesick than simp, which there is a distinction.
True.
But
I'm gonna dub that anime movie in the future. By the way.
Oh, wait, really?
I'm gonna dub it. I have a person in mind to voice Peach. By the way.
Oh, that'd be really cool. I'd really like to see that. But
Right.
anyway, I really enjoy the final boss, even if it does remind me Shy Guys finished last in the end. But I don't mean to harp on it. I do actually. I hate it. But anyways. And then can we talk about the ending? Because Luigi coming in last second on his hang glider to like try to help out. I don't think it ruins the moment, and I think it is important for everyone to be together, especially Luigi, since he's the one that got the key to Peach's castle, and the Origami
Yeah.
Craftsman too, because you need the Origami Craftsman there
Because
because
like he's basically their father. Though like the game makes it sound like Ollie is Olivia's brother, but like Ollie's the one that created Olivia, so technically he's the father.
remember that Ollie does consider Olivia his sister.
Yeah.
So it's mutual among all characters that basically they are brother and sister. It is odd how the sequence of events happens, but it's still a father and his children. And I do like how the Origami Craftsman is like whenever you meet him, he's like, I shouldn't have used the folded life. That was way too much power. And like, but it is genuinely sad to me because that the Origami Craftsman, he has to let them go because he cares.
Yeah, and those are basically his kids.
They are
in a way.
basically his passion for our origami was so much that he basically gave birth to 2 children. Even if Ollie basically gave birth to Olivia, it doesn't matter. It obviously doesn't matter again. It's just I did genuinely feel sad for the Origami Craftsman that it had to go out the way they did. I would have really preferred that Olivia remained alive, but you know, wishes are a tricky thing, and you have to be very specific about what you do. So her wishing for all things folded in origami to be not erased, but to be undone, which I believe also brings back all the people that Mario had to kill back to life because obviously they basically get turned into scrap. But I'm pretty sure that reversing everything means that they're all brought back to life, which is a happy ending. And I knew that the game had to go back to status quo. Peach can stay that way the whole game.
Yeah.
But it's just sad because Olivia really genuinely goes to like a full arc. I know that Huey says halfway through Color Splash that he does appreciate what Mario does. And Kirsty, kind of out of nowhere, but I mean, that's the thought that counts, I guess.
Yeah.
But with Olivia, like she learns, she grows, she matures, she learns not to fear her brother, she learns to make the most of every day, every moment, and she learns to just, unlike someone like Tippy who started to kind of fall in love with Mario, Olivia appreciates Mario and she loves him as a friend. And then you get the ending where Mario looks at Olivia's empty throne. And you're like, oh man, Mario cared too, just like Bobby. And it's just so sad. And I hate it. It almost made me.
It kind of is, but like going through that and like the very ending sequence, it was almost beat for beat the same as Color Splashes.
You could say that, but even if it is beat for beat in some sense, I think that the build up is what matters.
True.
Because I think that Mario doesn't really show emotion towards Huey, like at all. But when it comes to Mario and Olivia's relationship, Mario helps her through her grief. He helps her like learn to gain confidence in herself. He trusts Olivia as well.
Yeah.
And Olivia learns from Mario trusting Kamek that her emotions can't get in the way of the mission, even more so than losing Bobby. And while she is a fun-loving, heartfelt, and genuinely kind person, at the end of the day, that just leads her to making the ultimate sacrifice. And I think it is really sad. And plus, how many people actually played Color Splash?
I mean, that is a really fair point. Like, less than 200,000.
Like, I don't
Maybe
think...
less if they didn't even beat the game, so probably half.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Holy crap, that game sold really bad.
yeah, it did.
I kind of felt bad for it, I'm not gonna lie. It was largely because of the console.
Yep, late life Wii U game. But with Origami King, it is really nice that Mario just... Because if you, again, looking at Kirsty, Mario, he nods when... And, like, Peach looks at Mario silently, and then Mario nods, acknowledging that it's what they have to do, which shows some sense of volition on his part.
Yeah.
But I think that moment, that tiny moment where Mario just looks at the throne and shows that he misses Olivia, it's really nice that Mario is getting this kind of depth. Because, I mean, like, not to compare it to a certain other, blue hedgehog, but when you look at Sonic, and Sonic has grieved in the past over pretty much one person, that would be Emerald in Sonic Battle. And that's pretty much it. But Sonic hasn't really shown, beyond like, being buddy with people, he hasn't really put in a position to like grieve and things like that.
I mean, that's largely not like a huge part of his character too.
Exactly,
Like,
it's not a huge part of his
he'll
character.
acknowledge it and like be there for a moment to like respect that character, like with Chip and Sonic Unleashed.
Yeah, exactly.
But then he'll just keep on moving because like that's what he does. That is what Sonic is all about.
Yeah, and Mario does the same, of course, because obviously Mario at the end of the day is restricted by status quo, just like Sonic.
Yeah,
But
I feel like Sonic nowadays is especially restricted by status quo a lot more because now there's like apparently mandates involved with that. I don't even think it's just the comics.
Yeah, but here's the thing with Mario is that I don't think people aren't giving Mario enough credit now because, man, they have worked so much these past 5 years to give Mario way more depth than he's had in the past.
Oh
and
my god!
And you
Honestly,
and you have to consider that this isn't just Mario. This is Paper Mario. Paper Mario is like the super emotionless version of Mario, where oftentimes he doesn't really express things. Sure, he had funny dialogue options in T2ID, but he doesn't show a range of emotion most of the time. He doesn't show a sense of urgency in a lot of what he does. But the Origami King kind of flips that on its head. And again, with Bobby, visibly showing him in grief is really powerful. And it shows that Mario has feelings.
Yeah.
And yeah, the ending, I think it's generally very satisfying. Even if some people don't like the whole scribble thing, I don't think it really matters as long as Ollie learns and as long as Olivia is able to fulfill something, as long as a character like the Origami Craftsman is able to be present and be able to see off. Because if he wasn't there, it'd be a bit less satisfying. But it is really nice that we got that. Do you have anything else to add to that?
I mean, I could go back to the whole scribble thing because, like, again, I'm not too big on that because, like, that's essentially
we talked about it a lot, though.
Especially at the beginning.
We talked about the villain at the start, which is kind of wacky. This whole thing is kind of wacky in terms of pacing a bit, which I don't really care about. It's a discussion. Deal with it.
It's like 3.5 hours long. I mean, coming up with timestamps will probably be a bitch because I'll just have to be like, okay, where do we?
I'm so sorry for your timestamp.
No, it's okay. No, honestly, that's probably the most work I'm going to put into this, other than like the thumbnail.
Length. In fact, we could probably go double length in talking about Paper Mario's future. That's crazy.
Should we talk about that or like our like most / least favorite things about it?
Well, I already talked about my least favorite thing. Shy Guys finished last. But let me talk about my favorite moments. I can't put it in a top 5, but I will say what my favorite moments in this game are. All of the Legion of Stationery, like I just love all their character, all their bosses. I love the Water Volmetal Temple. It's so peaceful but mysterious and like interesting. The music is phenomenal. There are nine variations to the standard battle theme. I repeat, 9 variations to the standard battle theme. Why do you do this, Nintendo or Intelligent System specifically? Why put so much effort? I love the yellow streamer in its entirety. There's not a moment in that part of the game I do not like, or do not dislike, or wait, do not like. Yeah, that's what it is. I love the musée and how it's an actual art gallery. I love how Toad Town progresses, and how like the theme gets more bombastic. In fact, comparing the Toad Town progression, I can actually compare it closely to the Sticker Fest, because every time you get a piece of a royal sticker, the Sticker Fest is progressively getting better and better. So they basically took that concept and made it basically for an entire town, which I appreciate. And then you have stuff like Olivia in general, and Bobby in general, and Captain Toad in general. Like, I can't say I remember a lot of the non-partner and non-villains names in the older Paper Mario games. Like, I think Super Paper Mario is the ones I remember the names the most, because obviously you have Merlon, Merlee, people like that. And that isn't to knock the old characters. I don't want people to think that I do not like the old characters. I do. I do genuinely do like the old characters, and I wish that characters did have more original designs. But if what I get in the game is still good, then I don't really mind. I love the Great Sea portion. Again, not spoiling that puzzle. Really good. You'll love it. I love the Paper Macho fights. I like the live combat element of them. There's just so much to this game that I really enjoy. Paper Toad hunting, filling in the bottomless pits is fun. I love the scope of the world. The lighting is gorgeous. The water is gorgeous. There's just I could go. I'm just listing most of the game except for Shy Guys finished last at this point. But and all the activities in Shogun Studios. I want to bring those up. And another reference to Color Splash. There's a chain shop named Princess, which is a reference to Color Splash. Also,
you gotta get a bone.
Yep. So it's a reference to that as well. And the accessories, stuff like the retro sound effects thing. That's kind of a throwback to 64. That's
my god, that just reminded me. I think accessories are fine. Of course, they're really linear, but like
they're linear.
With how simplistic modern Paper Mario is, I can't harp on it that much.
Yeah, I do want more accessories in the new games. I don't see how you can not change the I don't see how changing the battle system can't also have accessories, because accessories can be applicable in almost any situation. So just expand on it. I'm sure.
And one thing you just reminded me that like I don't like about this game. It's a flawed design from a completionist perspective. Like, and this is one thing that's keeping me from going back to completing Origami King 100%. Because like with Mario games, like 9 times out of 10 I'm gonna 100% them. I did with Sticker Star, I did with Color Splash, and like any other 2D, 3D. Like, I don't know if I want to go back to do this with I might at some point, but like apparently like to like 100% the game, you have to like find all the color spots, the hidden blocks, find all the toads, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's a secret achievement where you get like you have to beat the game without getting a game over, and without using any accessories.
Yeah.
So you basically have to like erase your save data or use a completely different save file from a different account to do that. If you didn't do that on your first run through. And I'm like, why did you do that? Why did you make that a secret achievement? Why is it tied to your Nintendo account?
Because
I hate it.
Games.
I hate it. They knew I'm a completionist and they wanted to piss me off in some way.
That's not
even a mark against the game itself. That's just stupid.
I think it's just a 101% kind of thing where they don't really expect you to do it, but
It gives you like a gold like fist stamp along with the gold star, and I'm like, why? Why would you? Why? You could.
SMT, don't you know? Super players. It's like being Super Mario Brothers 1 without warp zones. You get a star for it.
I'm gonna clock like 70 hours on my Switch, and people be like, "Yo, you like this game more than Dowsing Your Door?"
Bruh, what are you doing? Poor Tyler having to. Oh man, you poor thing playing.
I know, right?
Kidding.
Poor me, bro. Pity the fool, bro.
Oh, pity the fool, brother. Oh, I can't believe this.
So I guess we should wrap this up with like Paper Mario's future.
Okay, I'm going to say something very controversial. I know I've said many controversial things in this video, but honestly, if they make something as good or better than the Origami King, I don't mind the new direction as long as they increase character variety again and maybe add more accessories and stuff. Here's the thing with me. I know it's simplistic, and I know to some it's just plain stupid, and I know that in the eye of most fans, I am wrong for thinking this. And for people who get this far in the video, I understand completely that what I'm going to say will likely exasperate you. It will likely make you think that I'm like complacent or whatever. But I'm not going to agree with you on that subject. I'm not going to try to defend what I'm going to say. I'm just going to say it. As long as it's fun, I don't mind what direction they take because I enjoy the Origami King. I enjoy Paper Mario's new direction because the Origami King is giving me a positive outlook. Every single time someone lambasts modern Paper Mario with something, I look at the Origami King and I just can't agree, if that makes sense. Because the Origami King, to me, to my personal tastes, is self-evidence that this thing can work, in my opinion. And I can't compromise that view like I can for Color Splash and Sticker Star. I enjoy Sticker Star, but I can admit that it is a flawed game. I can't honestly say that Paper Mario the Origami King is a flawed game. And as long as they keep on doing what they're doing, but better and better, I'm fine with it. And I know it's weird. I know that for a Paper Mario fan, it is weird to say that. And I know that SMT probably disagrees with me on the subject in terms of what he wants from the series. Not necessarily.
I mean, what I want from the series is different from yours, but like, I can't say you're wrong in feeling that because, like, I mean, I'd rather Paper Mario.
I don't think you'd say I'm wrong in saying that. I'm saying that you disagree with what direction we prefer, but not the reasons we prefer it.
Yeah.
Because we just prefer things for different reasons.
Exactly.
I like the puzzle elements. I like having, I like thinking about things. And if I will say this now. I will say this right now as another thing to diffuse. I would not mind if Paper Mario went back to being an RPG. I wouldn't mind. Now, I'm not saying that the new direction should replace the old one. I'm just saying that I can go either way. And actually, that's the conclusion I came to 3 years ago, isn't it? My views on Paper Mario games have changed. Paper Mario Color Splash is clearly not my third favorite anymore. That was new game nostalgia, kind of new game, like semi-nostalgia coming out. Color Splash is actually my least favorite now, and Paper Mario 64.
Wow.
Paper Mario 64 is actually taking my place as second, and then
Very interesting.
Star is like third, and then T2ID is fourth because, well, I enjoy T2ID a lot. I just like Sticker Star's puzzles more for the most part. But I just prefer puzzle games in the Origami King sense to RPGs. And another thing, and I know I'm rambling for a long time on the subject, and I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine.
But I will say, I get it. I completely understand how frustrating it is to not get something out of a long-standing series that you love. I understand that. And I sympathize with you as someone who has played series like Sonic and has played other series that have changed and evolved and differed from what they were before in ways that I do not like. As someone who is a Sonic Adventure fan, I'm not a fan of the series. I'm not the biggest fan of the boost formula, but I don't mind the boost formula. It's kind of the same position there. But I understand how you guys feel. You guys being fans, I get that you want Paper Mario to be an RPG. I get that you want original characters, and I do not disagree with that stance whatsoever. Again, I can go either way. I support that position in so much as you don't blatantly bash people and the ideas that the Origami King presents too much, because I think people being hard on the Origami King just isn't fair, given how much effort and how much love and how much polish has actually been put into the thought behind the game design itself and not just the visuals and surface level ideas. Does that make sense, Tyler? Does that make sense?
No, I think it makes sense. It definitely does. Cause like you look at me, right? Like I get accused all the time. Like I'm this toxic nostalgia fact TTYD fan who doesn't accept change or whatever.
Yes,
but like
I hate
literally
that.
2 times now,
Yeah.
I've been having a discussion with you, someone who adores Sticker Star, used
Okay, I
to
don't
adore
adore
Color
Sticker
Splash.
Star. Don't misconstrue me. I like it. Here's how I describe it.
Okay.
Here's how I described it. I think Sticker Star is an alright game. It's not a good game. It's alright, but I have a lot of fun with it. On an objective stance, I think it's just alright, but I have a lot of fun with it. I have like 2 distinct categories. It's like music. It's good, but I don't. It's either it's good but I don't like it, or it's not as good but I like it anyway.
It's
Like
good,
it's
but
it's
it's just not my thing.
yeah, it's just my it's
The
my
Disco
it's
Devil.
not my thing, bro. It's not my thing, bro. Come on, lay off.
Lay off.
It's like, but yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to communicate. I don't usually look at your Twitter posts, like not just because you repost weird stuff, but also because I just
I
don't
don't
catch
post weird stuff that often. Okay.
But I love how we have had 3 discussions. We have had one on my channel, one on yours, and a second one here that has lasted for nearly 4 hours. We are on almost opposite sides of the spectrum. Again, I kind of teeter in a midsection, but we lean towards different preferences.
Yeah.
But we are an example, and it is amazing that there are 2 fans who can discuss this franchise with civility and honesty and not hate each other and yell at each other for it, except on the subject of Shy Guys finished last, because that sucks. But anyways,
I'd love to make that a running gag if we do more of these in the future, which we probably will.
I wish. I'll probably start making a hate campaign on Twitter. You'll probably see that. But
and then you'll get accused of just bashing on Origami King for the hell of it.
Dude,
Then you'll make it like me, bro. Trust me. You'll make it like me.
Oh, it'd be great. Imagine making an entire YouTube career because you hate Shy Guys finish last. But it's amazing to me just how me and you, like, we vibe. That's the thing. We have good chemistry. We have good like synergy, and we like vibe together well because we're not terrible people and who hold each other accountable necessarily for opinions.
Yeah.
Like, I hate that new fans have felt the necessity to lash out against old fans because of years of being basically persecuted for liking the new games, or not even for being persecuted, but more so that the new games keep on getting bashed. I understand that people are in that position, and heck, I'm not innocent of not name calling and bashing people that like the old games either. I'm trying to work on that. I'm not perfect at it. I'm not trying to get on a high horse and say that, oh, well, these new fans, oh, they're so bad at it. I'm trying to say that I get it on both ends. It's weird because I get that, you want it to be an RPG, but I also get how new fans feel being shot down all the time just because they like something else. I don't think I met very many, if any, Paper Mario fans in my position. If they do exist, they need to speak up and provide that unique perspective.
Yeah.
Because like Paper Mario itself, it's all about providing a new perspective, right?
Yeah. And I appreciate that sympathy you're providing for like people on the opposite end of the spectrum too.
But
there's also like, oh god, what?
Oh no. Don't lose it again.
I will say this. If you join the Discord server after this, The only reason I debate on the Discord server so much, and the only reason I so-called bash T2ID so much, is not because I hate it, and is not because I even not prefer it as much as the older games. What I like to do is because I have that unique perspective and that sympathy on both sides, I like to challenge each side, whether it comes up. I like to be that mediator that challenges the point of view and see why people think what they think. Because that's my goal. Why do you think what you think? It's that simple.
Yeah.
And I know why you think what you think, SMT.
Yeah.
Heck, I've known for 3 years. You've talked about it a lot, very poignantly and very respectfully. But just preface that I'm not trying to be toxic. I'm just trying to, or contrarian. Because people often viewed me as contrarian. I'm not trying to be contrarian at all. I'm just trying, well, I guess I'm not contrarian in the sense that I'm trying to be malicious. I'm more being contrarian in the sense that I want to know why you think what you think, if that makes sense.
No, I think it does.
And I've talked for like 5 minutes straight, and I am genuinely sorry that I've talked for like 3 of these 4 hours.
No, it's okay.
Like,
I think the funny thing is you might not be that far off base about the 3 out of 4. I'm not mad about it at all. I mean, I don't mind this at all, but it's just kind of funny. I'm like, it's like, you know, when you probably stack the 2, he probably is 3 hours. But like, no, like, we're definitely on opposite ends of the spectrum for the most part, at least. But like, we can largely come to like similar terms with Origami King, because like, again, like, as much as I can like loathe this modern direction and how infuriating the interviews are, like, I could still praise Origami King for like the strengths it has, because there's some things that it does really freaking well. It's just held back with other things that I've expressed in like 2 other videos before. So like, I don't feel that like constant need to like keep reiterating at least everything that I've expressed. And like, you get perfectly for being like an advocate for Sticker Star, but especially like the Origami King, or like an advocate for like either direction of the series, like how obnoxious and like how unnecessary this like unbridled rage against like both kinds of Paper Mario fans has been ever since Sticker Star. And it's just like, it never needed to be like this, because like that's another thing I don't like about this direction, because like it's just serving to cause more friction between the fandom even more and more, because like the classic fans are being denied outright over and over again of that game they want, the kind of style they want, the kind of progression they want for the series. Meanwhile, the new fans are going to continuously get shut out by some of those classic fans that they just keep preaching about like returning to that style. Whereas like people like you may not mind it that much, but then like those people will try to shut you out, and then the vice versa will happen to where like, oh, you can't accept change, nostalgia blinded, all that stuff. Like, it's not helping anyone at the end of it. Like, these games can be good, but I feel like in the long term, it's not going to help that much.
And here's the thing. I don't think it's the responsibility of the developers to make sure that the fans behave.
Yeah,
And okay.
Like, they're not babysitters by any means.
Yeah, exactly. And this is another thing that, again, you might disagree with, especially other Paper Mario fans, but when it comes to what I've heard from the interviews, what I've seen, the way Kudo writes, he loves writing what he does. And the way the development team is changing the series is in ways that they enjoy. And I get that some people believe that Mario and Luigi is the reason Paper Mario stopped being an RPG, but that isn't the case.
That comparison never was brought up until Color Splash.
Yeah, and Tabata only brought it up as a recommendation more than an indictment on why Paper Mario changed.
And even then, we don't even have Mario and Luigi at this point. We don't even know if we're going to get another Mario and Luigi.
But I'm leading into that. People think that it's Intelligent Systems' responsibility for Paper Mario to be an RPG because we no longer have Mario and Luigi theoretically. I don't agree with that personally. I think that
it's definitely not the responsibility. Like, of course, like, they should make it an RPG, but like, obviously, it's not their responsibility to do so, because like they've continuously outright said, now we're just gonna make it action adventure. Like, they continuously denied going down that route.
Yeah, But I think if they enjoy what they're making, as long as they make it good, like the Origami King, instead of bad, like Color Splash, then I think that I can accept this new direction. And I think that fans of the older games should at least be a bit more reasonable about their complaints. I will say, not to call out a certain blue puppet monster, but I don't agree with the direction of making a trending hashtag on Twitter. One, it just doesn't do much, and two, it just serves to make you look more inflated and overly zealous than you probably intend to be. So
I feel like he either wanted to do that, either to like, I don't know about necessarily fun, either that or like just try and see like how much of an outcry there is for that one. I do kind of agree in hindsight that wasn't the best idea. As much as I love Arlo and his content, the hashtag, like, I mean, like the support's there, but like, there's some ways that could like backfire. That and like we currently have like 4 indie games too that like completely paint a picture of how much the classic Paper Mario OG style is beloved by so many people.
Yeah. And as long as Bug Fables and stuff like that exist and keep coming out, I honestly think that that's enough to tie people over. Because as games become easier to make for indie developers, heck, you can make your own 1,000-year door.
I mean, fans have made their own Sonic game in a way.
True.
Fans make their own Sonic games all the time. What am I saying? There's like dozens of fan games out there.
Mega Mix, Time Twisted, stuff like that. But I think here's how I like fans to create outcry, to create outreach, not through some random hashtag and outrage. You know what I love?
Or for some change.org petition.
No. I love fan art. I love fan videos and appreciation. I love positivity towards a game that goes beyond a hashtag. I love effort. I love people showing that they truly love the series. A statement can say quite a bit, but a picture speaks 1,000 words. So do Intelligent Systems a favor and make your voices heard by drawing some fan art. I don't care about your talent as an artist. Draw the character you love in whatever style you can. Make a thread on Twitter expressing why you enjoy the older games without necessarily throwing the newer games under the bus. Just pure positivity is what we really need right now, especially in trying times like this. I don't think the Paper Mario community causing flame wars on Twitter is the best way to ensure a fun future for the Paper Mario fan base. See what I did there? Future Paper Mario games, future of the fan base, stuff like that. See what I mean?
I feel like at this point, at least, the OG fans should probably just give up on the dream, just to save them the heartache, save them, just save them the emotion. Because like this is like the 3rd game in the row they basically said no. I'm like, probably dead. Let's be honest. They could return. Not denying it entirely, but like
4 years.
Let's at least be. It's at least be like pessimistic or like at the same time realistic for this whole thing, because like it doesn't look like they want to change their direction anytime soon. Even in these recent Origami King interviews, it doesn't look like they want to like stray from that. No matter how much they contradict their own statements, no matter how much they follow flawed ideals from advice that's outdated now, like at least like for the best picture forward, just it's like best to like not give up, to essentially stop like preaching about the dream.
I think there's a good way to sum this up. It's don't give up on what you love, but don't expect them to replicate it.
Or like not. I mean, like we don't even want them to like just replicate.
Well, I know. I don't mean to imply that if they were to make another Paper Mario game like an RPG, that they would make it T2ID2. I'm not trying to imply that. But what I'm trying to say is that basically, I'm not saying to get. I don't want to say like don't give up on what you love, but give up on the dream, because that's very that paints a very like not only a harsh picture, but it's not very fair, in my opinion, that to like put that kind of message in people's heads. So I like to be very careful. I'm trying to be a lot more careful with my words as of recently when it comes to Paper Mario, because I want to practice what I preach. I don't want to I want to
Yeah.
stop being so toxic about things. I want to lower the amount of Paper Mario discussions I have in my on your Discord server in particular, and talk about other things because it's become saturated, it's become heated, it's become toxic,
Yeah.
and it's and I don't want that kind of thing to spread. I don't want that kind of thing to be a persistent element. And as I grow, I'm starting to learn that yes, while teasing people with your opinions can be fun, taking it too far and for too long can be toxic, even if you don't mean it to be, and even if you don't like intend some sort of malicious behavior or intent. So I'm trying to learn to be more careful with my words, and I think that's something we can all should learn. You, however, generally are very good with this kind of thing. I do think some of your statements on Twitter, not to be overly critical of you, but I think it can be a bit harsh sometimes.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
And I'm not saying that, oh, you should work on it because I'm working on it. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's very pretentious. I'm not gonna say something that stupid. I've said a lot of stupid
Oh my
things.
god. You just reminded me of this one tweet I found. It was like it was some video regarding like an Etika like clip, and then some dude literally comments it's like how he's a good soul because he doesn't curse, and I literally comment like, okay? Like it was the most
Like,
dumb
what?
thing. It was so irrelevant. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was so stupid.
You know, some people are just dumb on the internet, and I'm trying to be less dumb. And part of being less dumb is learning when to shut your mouth.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But yeah, I think we've made ourselves clear on what we want for the future. You obviously want to be an RPG. I could go either way, but I kind of lean on the puzzle aspect. If it became an RPG that had puzzles as good as the Origami King, oh baby, that's the best of both worlds. Like
I probably agree, yeah.
like, oh my gosh, I want them to just keep making good puzzles. I don't care. And hey, if you're gonna have turn-based combat, I wouldn't mind them bringing back EXP. That'd be nice. Like star points, that'd be cool. Can you guys do something like that? That'd be neat.
That'd be so good. I swear to God.
But yeah, I think we both made our positions clear, and I think that's pretty much it. Unless you have anything more to add, because my lungs are absolutely exhausted. I've been talking for like 3 hours.
I'm like sweaty right now.
Yeah, me too. But
I don't do discussion videos with my AC on because that's just in the background.
Oh, me too. I'm the exact same way.
So I've been sitting here in the hot 70-degree, 80-degree weather in my room
California
for 4
heat wave, baby. Come on.
Ugh, this is my shower. It's my sweat. No, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah, don't do that. But anyway, wow. Do you know how long we've been recording?
I mean, I started around over 4 hours and 20 minutes ago, but we didn't start until roughly 20 minutes in, so I want to say this is going to be over 4 hours.
Wow, we are more than Game Explain levels, and we have half the hosts.
And you know damn well I'm going to get so many people being like, God, he loves to drown out his content bitching about Paper Mario.
Let's just hope that I actually got my recording through and that the audio is good. It would be awful if otherwise. I think we should. Yeah. I think we should stop before things get bad.
Even more drawn out, yeah.
Exactly. But quick.
So where can? Oh, actually, no. What were you gonna say?
I'm about to plug myself. So
yeah, I was about to ask, where can people find you?
People can find me at the Twitch channel, and I'm about to link it in the Discord server. That way, you have the link. My Twitch channel, where I'm actually streaming my second playthrough of Paper Mario: The Origami King currently, along with other games.
Oh my god, a second one?
Yeah, I love the game so much.
This is like levels of me replaying Odyssey. Literally 3 months later, I'm like, let me play this game.
You can find me on the YouTube channel. Titus Dunn is on the run with 2 N's, of course. I stream Paper Mario: The Origami King, Mario Kart 8, Sonic Mania, Sonic the Hedgehog, Super Mario World, and Super Mario Party. Those are all the games I have played so far, and I'm going to be playing more. I'm going to stream stuff like A Link to the Past, Pilot Wings, F-Zero. I mean, Nintendo Switch Online has a lot of games, so I'm going to be streaming a lot of those, as well as more Super Mario Maker 2. There's a lot of content I want to do. I'm going to be streaming almost daily. I'm making that content grind. And be sure to, stop by, chat. I love talking with people, especially about games that I love. You could probably tell by me talking about Paper Mario: The Origami King in every positive light, except for Shy Guys Finish Last. But anyways, SMT, where can they find you? Oh wait, this is your YouTube channel. I shouldn't have to ask that.
Yeah, I mean, is it the? No, I'm kidding. No, it is. No, but you gotta respect that grind, bro. Like,
Yeah.
consistent content, like that is exhausting at some points.
Oh, it is. And I actually didn't stream today so that I'd have the lung power for this, but my lungs are starting to break
You
out.
gotta respect that,
So,
bro.
I think that in terms of me, unless you have any more questions or anything for me, I think I will actually leave you to do your outro because I want to leave that to you.
Okay. I don't think I could really think of anything else to ask or say anything. So
Well, why don't you plug your previous 2 Paper Mario game videos? That way, just in case people haven't seen them. And
I mean, if you got this far and if you haven't seen it yet, I did do a review of Origami King. You could get more of my thoughts in that video. It's like a half-hour long. I made an even longer video. It's like roughly a third of this entire podcast. Why Paper Mario refuses to change, in the sense that like its direction, its flaws, the developers, etc., like all that stuff. Basically, how the series doesn't feel the need to like move away from the standard it's set from Sticker Star. A lot of research was conducted in that one. I honestly think it might be the best video on my channel, better than Why Paper Mario Changed, so I actually do recommend.
Until this one gets uploaded, that is.
Oh my god, yeah, because it's like 4 hours long. This might be the longest video on the channel.
I mean, hey, breaking records, baby.
True.
But anyway, I think that's all from us both.
Yeah.
So I can both make an outro.
Yeah.
See you guys on my stream if you want to come by, and be sure to watch SMT's content. He's actually a really cool dude.
Thank you very much. You're also a really cool homie too.
Oh, also I want to say I will be in the comment section of this video, so I will be talking with you guys in a friendly manner, of course, unless it's about Shy Guys Finish Last. So please watch SMT's content, join my stream if you want, and enjoy life. Because that's what Paper Mario: The Origami King wants you to do. Enjoy life.
Exactly. Based. You guys can also find me on Twitter, SuperMarioT_YT, and I also do have a Discord server. I'm gonna link both of those in the description and comments, as well as your Twitch channel, Ty.
Thank you.
No problem. And if you all got this far, thank you very much.
Like, seriously, I appreciate it so
for
much.
listening to this entire freaking thing. Holy crap.
I think I'm gonna re-listen to it sometime. But thank you.
I think I know I have no other reason to revisit this game in a video unless I was doing a retrospective, because holy crap, we went through like everything.
Yeah, we did. But
it was basically everything.
Yeah, it was. So I'll see you guys later.
Yep. Y'all have a good day, good week, good weekend.
Thank you so much for playing my video.
And enjoy life, man. Stay super.
Enjoy life.